Yes. Good evening, everybody. This is the City Council closed session for December 19th, 2023. We will open today's meeting at 5 o'clock, right on the dot. And can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember White, Councilmember Voigt,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara,
Here.
Mayor Finn.
Here. Do we have any public comments regarding our closed session?
I have no written comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Pinckney, can you read the items for discussion?
Yes, the council will be meeting in closed session. Item B1 is conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, and that's the City of Beaumont versus Urban Logic. And item B2 is conference with real property negotiators, and the property is described as 514 to 516 North California Avenue. The APN is listed in the agenda. The agency negotiator is the city manager, Elizabeth Gibbs, or a designee. The negotiating parties are the City of Beaumont as a potential purchaser, and PRRO, Mr. Daniel, as a potential seller. Under negotiation are price and terms. And then B3 is conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation, and that involves one potential case. And then the next item is B4, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency negotiator is the Administrative Services Director, Carrie Mendoza, or her designee, and the unrepresented employee position is City Manager. B5 is conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. And the property is south of Cougar Way, west of Beaumont Avenue. The agency negotiator is City Manager Elizabeth Gibbs or her designee. The negotiating parties are the City of Beaumont as a potential purchaser, and the Silva Family Trust and Bianchi Properties Limited as potential seller. Under negotiation are price and terms, and again, the APN number is listed in the agenda.
Okay, thank you. And we will adjourn to closed session at 5:02.
So we don't need to reorder the sequencing now.
You guys ready? Okay, and I am right here. Welcome, everybody. This is the regular session of the City Council meeting for December 19th, and we will call the meeting to order at 6:14 PM. And can we have a roll call, please?
Sure. Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Voigt?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Here.
Mayor Finn?
Here. And Mr. Pinckney, can we get a report out from closed session?
Yes, the council met in closed session. Item B1 was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation. That matter involved the City of Beaumont versus Urban Logic, Torcal LLC, and there was no reportable action taken on that item. Item B2 was conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property on California Avenue, 514 and 516 North California Avenue, the APN is listed in the agenda. The agency negotiator, city manager Elizabeth Gibbs. The negotiating parties were the City of Beaumont as a potential purchaser and PRRO, Mr. Daniel, as a potential seller. Under negotiation were price and terms. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item B3, conference with legal counsel regarding potential initiation of litigation, one potential case. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item B4, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency negotiator was Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza, and the unrepresented employee position was City Manager. City Manager Elizabeth Gibbs recused herself from that item and was not present during closed session due to the fact that it affects her contract. And then, and there was no reportable action taken in closed session, but we are going to come back in a moment, and the council is going to have an opportunity to take action on that in open session, which is a little bit different than what you might have been expecting, but I'll walk you through that. And then item B5 was conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. And this involved property on that was south of Cougar Way, west of Beaumont Avenue. The APN is listed in the agenda. The agency negotiator, city manager Elizabeth Gibbs. The negotiating parties, City of Beaumont as potential purchaser, and Silva Family Trust and Bianchi Properties Limited as potential seller. Under negotiation were price and terms. There was no reportable action on that item. So,
Mr. Pinckney, if I can interrupt you real quick, I just want to make a note for the record that Mr. White did join us for closed session. He arrived at 5:12. All right, go ahead, Mr. Pinckney.
So Ms. Gibbs is going to recuse herself on this next item, which is going to take place in open session. And it's an item that was on the agenda for closed session. It was item B4, but there was no action taken in closed session. So if the city council is inclined on the agenda, it provides for action in open session on closed session items. So if the council is inclined, I talked to Ms. Mendoza, and she can have the document ready for the public if they want to see it. But the council would be voting on a second amendment to the city manager employment agreement. In essence, what it would do in section 2.6 of the contract that she currently has, it would amend it to provide that the city manager will receive the same cafeteria plan contribution as other city employees. That's the only amendment. So if the council is inclined to approve that, you can take action on that in open session now.
Okay, and then do we have any public comments that might be related to the closed session items?
Not any for closed session. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. And any council discussion or a motion?
I'll make a motion. I can move to approve the second amendment to the city manager's contract as discussed by the attorney.
Okay, thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes, thank you.
And Mayor, the reason we did it that way is we just thought it would save time instead of coming back a second meeting just to get it done.
Very good.
So-
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. Martinez will, or Ms. Mendoza will have paperwork ready if requested. Okay. Do we have any excused absences? No. And we'll then continue with the opening of the meeting with an invocation by Mr. Mark Stamper. And then following that, we'll have a pledge of allegiance led by Councilmember Voigt.
City Council members and staff, thank you for inviting me here tonight. It's a privilege. Our Father, we come to you in the name of Jesus. We thank you for this city, for another day of planet Earth, us being here. And Father, we look to you for wisdom, and I pray a blessing upon the decisions that need to be made tonight. We are so thankful, Lord, for the progress that's been made in this city. And so, Lord, we thank you for the prosperity that's happening here also. Father, we thank you for our first responders who put their lives on the line to serve this community. We thank you for the staff that's here tonight and all the work that they do. We thank you for each and every department that makes this city run. And so, Father, I just pray a blessing upon all that goes on here tonight. And we thank you for the privilege of living in America, living in this city at this time. And so, Father, we give you praise and thanks for every opportunity that you give us each and every day to glorify you and to thank you for life and life everlasting. And we bless your name in Jesus' name. Amen.
Ready? Please join me. Ready? Begin.
Thank you, Mr. Stamper and Ms. Voigt. We appreciate that. So for adjustments to the agenda, I'd like to move item J3 up to position of J1 once we come to the action items. Any disagreement from council or any other changes? Okay, so if we can take care of that. And then, so we'll move on to, any conflict of interest disclosures? Okay, seeing none. And then we'll move on to Section E, announcements and recognitions and proclamations, correspondence. And item E1 is the GFOA Excellence in Financing Reporting Award presentation. That introduction will be by our Finance Director, Jennifer Eustachian. Not yet.
Good evening. Oh, really loud. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm excited to let you know that the city has been awarded the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for the fiscal year 22 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. It's a very heavy certificate. The GFOA established the award program to encourage and assist state and local governments to go beyond the minimum requirements of generally accepted accounting principles to prepare annual comprehensive financial reports that evidence the spirit of transparency and full disclosure, and then to recognize individual governments that succeed in achieving that goal. Their Certificate of Achievement is the highest form of recognition in the area of governmental accounting and financial reporting. So thank you to the City Council for its dedication and leadership, the past and present Finance and Audit Committee, and city staff for making this award achievable. Thank you.
Thank you. And Jennifer, thank you, and thank you to your staff as well. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Picture time? So item E2 is a retirement of Lorenzo Robert Aceves, and we will have our introduction on that by Mr. Doug Story.
Mayor and council, I am excited to have this opportunity. I would like to bring Mr. Robert Aceves up to the front. Robert is retiring from his service here with the city of Beaumont after 20 years of service here in the city of Beaumont. And Robert has been since my very first day here, and then long, long before that. Robert has been an amazing and integral role to our department. He has led teams, he has led crews, and has done some really important and some great work here in the city. And one of the things that I wanted to share with you guys was when we gave Robert the opportunity with our crew to do the revitalization down at Rangel Park. Robert was the guy who led that crew and that project, and we revitalized that park, and it was a great opportunity, and of course he worked hard, and he had our guys working really hard, and we were able to finish that project. But the thing that stood out to me the most about Robert was the sense of pride, the smile that he had on his face, because that was truly his hometown, his area where he grew up. That was his neighborhood. Those were the families that he knew, and he handled it so well and with such amazing pride. And when the project was complete and we did the tournament, the Valdivia tournament, Robert was there watching the games and having a good time. And that's one thing I'll remember about him and his service to our community, was that it wasn't just something that he did for a job, but it was truly a prideful endeavor that he did to give back to his community. And I thank him for that example to our crew. I thank you for your service to our community, and it's been an honor to serve with you, Robert. So enjoy retirement, enjoy this time off, and I'm sure you'll have some other fun projects to do, just at a different location. All right? We'll take some pictures. You guys go way up. You gotta take some pictures. We gotta look here and come on up here. We're gonna take a picture with council.
Hey. Come on, Robert.
Yeah, you want this one? Yeah. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on up. Come on. Come on.
Well, thank you again, Robert. Congratulations. So on to items E3, our CHP 10851 award, and that introduction will be by Lieutenant Macias.
Evening, Mayor and Council. So this evening, my part in this is pretty brief. I'm just going to introduce to you Lieutenant Miguel Macias, who oversees our patrol operations, along with Captain Fagan. And just a quick thank you to Lieutenant Rusk from the California Highway Patrol, and he'll be speaking as well for the 10851 award for Anthony Rojas. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lieutenant Miguel Macias. I'm here to express our gratitude to the mayor, city council, city manager. That'll work. Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
For allowing us to recognize Officer Anthony Rojas for his exceptional work in the combating grand theft auto. Officer Rojas has served 1 year and 4 months with the Beaumont Police Department and previously served with the Glendora Police Department for 1 year and 10 months. Throughout his tenure with us, Officer Rojas has been proactive in reducing crime by enforcing all applicable state laws and making the residents of Beaumont a safe place. This evening, Officer Rojas will receive his third 10851 Grand Theft Vehicle Award, sponsored in collaboration with the California Highway Patrol and the American Automobile Association AAA Insurance. At this time, I would like to invite our guest, Lieutenant Stephen Rusk with the California Highway Patrol, who will explain the criteria for qualifying for the 10851 award and then he will present the award.
Good evening. I'm Lieutenant Steve Rusk of the California Highway Patrol, right here off of Highland Springs. I want to thank the mayor, the city manager, and city council, and Chief Talese for allowing me to recognize the superior efforts of one of the officers of the Beaumont Police Department. One of CHP's strategic goals is to reduce vehicle theft across the state of California. The CHP takes great pride in recognizing enforcement efforts of those who combat vehicle theft. To recognize those efforts, the CHP and AAA have developed the 10851 Award Program. The award was named after the vehicle code that makes auto theft illegal in the state of California. To be eligible for the 10851 award, an officer must meet or exceed a threshold of recovered stolen vehicles within a 12-month period. Tonight, we recognize the efforts of Officer Rojas of the Beaumont Police Department. From October 2022 to September 2023, Officer Rojas made 6 arrests for vehicle theft, resulting in the recovery of 6 vehicles with a total value of $71,900. Officer Rojas has shown extraordinary commitment to duty, department, and community. His efforts have led to the successful retrieval of numerous vehicles and have played a crucial role in deterring future crimes and bringing those responsible to justice. Due to his commitment, it is a pleasure of mine to present him this 10851 award. Officer Rojas, I want to thank you for your hard work and your dedication to the auto theft program.
Congratulations. Again, congratulations, Officer Rojas. We appreciate the support to the city. So we'll move on to item F. Do we have any public comments for items that are not on tonight's agenda?
Yes, sir, I have one.
Okay?
Mr. Ron Rader?
Good evening, council and mayor. I represent the Girls and Boys Club of the Pass area. I'm on the board of directors. And last Thursday night, we had a celebration of Amy Herr, the lady who founded the Girls and Boys Club, co-founded in this area. It went from 1 site to 18 sites, and it's growing. She changed the lives of many young people in this community in the Pass area, and their lives may not have been gone as well as they could have. There are many people here who were at that celebration. I thank you for that. There were hundreds of people there for a lady who made a difference in a lot of people's lives. And I just wanted to thank the staff and the council, whoever was there, for your attendance, your support, and your financial support throughout the years that helps keep that club running and keeps those young people off the streets and a place to go after and during school. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing that with us, Mr. Rader.
And I'll check with the phone lines. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, then with that, we'll move on to the consent calendar. Are there any items to be pulled for discussion?
Mayor, I'd like to pull a couple items. Item G3 and item G10.
We have items G3 and G10. Any others to be pulled? Okay, do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests for consent items. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, and I'll entertain a motion for the other items.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve items G1, G2, G4 through G9, G11.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. So we'll move on to then item G3, and we'll turn that over to you first, Mr. White.
If Kyle's here, can we just get a brief report?
I don't think your microphone's on.
Can we get a brief staff report on this? Whoever.
Do you want her? Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is the two-year extension to the professional services agreement with the retail coach for an updated retail market analysis and ongoing economic development support. The original contract was approved 3 years ago, and what the contract does is it provides us with a retail market analysis for Beaumont as well as our primary trade area, which includes retail trends, demographics, psychographics, and then reports for existing and local retailers. Staff and the retail coach use those reports to assess the potential for commercial sites in the city and match the city's customer profiles of their demographics and so forth with retailers that are looking to expand within California, Southern California, in this region. In addition, retail coach attends various retail trade shows on behalf of the city and markets commercial opportunity sites when available. Over the term of the contract, retail coach has proven to be an important resource to the city in providing support to its staff, businesses, and developers. The proposed amendment to the contract has a not-to-exceed total of $60,000 for a 2-year period, and staff does recommend that council approve the amended agreement with retail coach as presented. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. I noticed that, as I think we all know, the different services that they are contracted with us to provide. So I have a question for you. Can we point to any businesses that are here because of retail coach?
Currently, right now, I think that they had a part in Dutch Brothers being here. The 7-Eleven, I know we had been meeting with 7-Eleven before we were under contract with Retail Coach, but none, or like specifically that they had brought in through the pipeline, although we do have constant leads from them on different businesses. Some have just not come to fruition for various market-driven obstacles. Developments just haven't occurred yet. Some were waiting on entitlements and then construction. So they definitely have a slew of retailers that are in on this market. We're just kind of between developments as it is in economic development. You get one, and then sometimes you wait for a developer to come in and then entitle and then build. And I think we're kind of in one of those lulls right now.
But the issue I have with this is the retail coach will develop, this is part of their original presentation to us when we approved the first contract. Retail coach will develop and review a master list of potential retailers with Beaumont staff and work together to prepare a final target list of retailers. That's page 85. And then on page 87, it says, our retail recruitment process includes personal emails sent to retail site profiles, sent with retail site profiles. And my concern is that I don't know, I mean, I think the data set they provide us is valuable. I don't know that it's worth $30,000 a year. I'm not real impressed with what they've accomplished so far. And I was hoping that they would be here to respond to it. But before I'm going to approve an extension on this, I'd like to get a report from them of what they think they've accomplished. Because, I mean, we can go to the conventions, we can, do a lot of that. Says we are also, in their letter to us, we're also confident we can be successful in helping to recruit retailers and developers to Beaumont. So does recruiting retailers and developers to Beaumont, in my history with sales, it's not providing us with a lead. It's actually doing the recruit and getting out there and trying to convince them to come in and start doing business in our city. So before I would approve an extension to the contract, I'd like to get a progress report of what they think that they have accomplished and provide me an opportunity to ask their representatives some more specific questions. That's why I wanted to bring this up and pull this from consent.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wright. Do we have any other comments?
I would
Ms. White?
entertain continuing this item until they were able to come here and give us a report.
Okay.
I'd
And
be in
then
agreement.
I do have a question for Mr. Warsinski. The data that they provide and to us in terms of consumer movement, I'll call it, is that information, can that be obtained elsewhere from another firm? And then going back to when we first hired them on, were there other companies that were interviewed at the same time?
So to answer the first question, the consumer data, we do have access to that ourselves. When we originally hired Rico Coach, we did not. We were relying on them for that consumer data using cell phone data and analysis. Since then, we've added that to our budget, and that is a tool that city staff has and utilizes almost on the daily basis for various reasons. So we do have that available. To answer the second question, when they were interviewed, we did receive proposals from various market analysis or economic development assistance firms, and we could go back and do that again. There's limited supply of those, but we can definitely ask for proposals or review additional firms as well.
Okay, and was it the general mindset of staff that if we were to extend this to 2 years, that at their 5-year mark, then we would go out to bid again?
I think that's kind of where we're at, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. And Mr. Martinez?
Yeah, I just had a question, well, a couple. The contract ends, we have plenty of time then to entertain the request to have it come back and discuss. I'd also like to have a plan more from staff as far as, what we plan to use maybe a little differently or improve upon if we do decide to extend the contract. But I'll agree with Councilmember White.
Mr. White?
Yeah, I would like to make sure that they understand that months before we signed a contract with them, this council approved setting aside almost at least $7 million for investment into our downtown. So you had a firm coming in with a knowledge that you have a council supporting whatever it takes, and that we have we put our money where our mouth is. And I would have expected a little bit more response. And again, I could be wrong. Maybe they're doing everything possible. But before I do like to, I'm glad you guys are in support of pushing this off and hearing from the retail coach. And I would like, unless they say something that I'm really be surprised, I would think this is a good opportunity to test the waters and they can bid again. And then, again, with firms understanding the commitment this council's made, the money we put aside for it, I expect better returns for our investment.
So, Mr. Warsinski, we're going to have a council member out on our meeting on the 16th. If this was moved to the first meeting in February, does this affect the contract? Are we too tight in that aspect? Or?
So the contract ends this month. So we can we can go without their services for the next couple months or so. That's not a major
So
problem.
we can, so if we decided to continue the contract, it can technically expire and we can pick it back up? And then, and without having to go to bid and choosing someone else, is that correct? Because if we're out of service, then my question is, would an extension work, or do we have to go back and start over?
If we're gonna continue this item, it's probably best that we just go back out to bid and solicit some new proposals.
Yes,
I'd like to make a motion that we go out to bid and consider new proposals.
okay, so,
I'll second.
all right, I saw Mr. Martinez's light on. Did you have something
Well, I
contrary?
was gonna say, so at that time, they can rebid, of course, as
Okay.
a part of that, and
Yep.
maybe give us a fresh strategy or something.
All right,
So,
very
yes.
good, okay. So then roll, so we have a first and a second, roll call, please?
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voight?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. Okay, thank you. And then on to item G10, and back to you, Mr. White.
I just, hoping to hear from, I think, Robert on this one. I'd like just a better understanding of why we're going back and, what we're trying to accomplish with this. Why we're going back to, I think we're going back to RCTC or WRCOG.
Okay, so then we'll receive a report from Mr. Robert Vestal.
Sure. So the intent of this item is actually coupled with an item later on the agenda, the award to Mark Thomas. In order to award Mark Thomas, the city has to generate some design capital, design funding. Everything right now is currently allocated for construction. So in order to do that, we have to repurpose this zone tip funds into design. So that's what the intent is, to free up some design funding from WRCOG to move forward with the design.
And I think if we're going to get into more detail in the future agenda item, my questions in that item, unless it's appropriate at this point, is why we're doing a new design. I would think that's more appropriate in the other agenda item. Is that correct?
And if you'd like, we can do both right now.
I'd rather, so what exactly are you asking for us to approve on this item?
This would be the credit agreement between WRCOG and the city, allowing the city to invoice for future design services.
And so we're getting approval from WRCOG that they will pay the bill. Is that right?
Yeah, so first step would be the city of Beaumont accepting that agreement, and then this would go to WRCOG for their agreement.
Okay, and have we had any,
The money is already programmed with WRCOG. This is just changing it from one area.
and what's the other area we're changing it from?
Construction.
So we're gonna need another 2.7 million plus in construction as well.
Correct.
Okay, I'm okay with moving this item forward, and then I'll discuss more in detail in the open item.
So then if I understand that correctly, we're going to discuss, we'll vote on this with that other item, correct?
I'm good with voting on this, yes.
On-
Want to know?
Okay,
Yes.
all right, so then do we have a motion, or do you have other comments?
No, I can make a motion.
Okay.
I hold on. I move to authorize the mayor to execute amendment number 1 to the Transportation Uniform Mitigation Fee Program Agreement to reimburse TUMP funds Potrero Boulevard Interchange PS&E phase.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
No.
Councilmember Voight?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. Thank you. And then we're on to item H, Youth Council Report. Mr. Martinez.
Well, we didn't have a quorum, so we didn't have an official meeting, but we did have a presentation from Mr. Van Bell and Mr. Huntsman on fog. Very interesting, and we learned all about fatbergs and everything else. So it was it was very detailed and informative, and actually the students really enjoyed it and learned a lot. So hopefully we'll have a quorum next time, and we'll pick up with some of the items we were going to discuss.
All right, very good, thank you. So we have no public hearings this evening, so we'll move into our action items. And as mentioned earlier, we will start with item J3, which are the appointments to the city committees. And so we'll have staff report by our Assistant City Clerk, if I have her title correct, Nicole Wheelwright.
Good evening, council. The item before you is to make appointments to the city committees. Currently, we have 5 vacancies on the Board of Administrative Appeals with 1 application. We have 2 vacancies on the Financial and Audit Committee with 1 application received. Economic Development Committee has 3 voting spots available with 2 alternates, 1 application received. And then our new Parks and Recreation Committee, this will be an appointment to establish the committee. We have 2 applicants that would be eligible for the Sports League representative and 7 applicants that are eligible for the members of Beaumont community. And there are 2 alternate vacancies for that as well. So I will let you lead the process, but if you want to follow the same process that we did with Planning Commission, you can hear from the applicants to conduct an interview process. And then I've also created a spreadsheet if you'd like to rank your votes to help determine which ones to appoint. And I can bring that up on the screen when you're ready and we can do a rank voting.
Okay, all right, thank you. And so we have, as stated, we have 1 applicant for Board of Administrative Appeals, it's Pedro Gutierrez, 1 applicant for Finance and Audit Committee, David Vanderpool, and 1 applicant, Vaughn Lawson, for the Economic Development Committee. I can speak to Mr. Vanderpool and Mr. Lawson's experience in helping and serving in those committees in the past and would support those. And so since we have 1 each, I would be open to a motion to appoint those 3 individuals to those committees.
Mayor, I'll move to approve all 3 of those individuals to those committees.
Thank you. There's a second.
I'll second.
Mayor, if I
Thank you.
could interrupt, we do have public comments, and one of them is someone who said that he would be interested in one of those. Do
Oh,
you
very
want to hear
good.
from?
Yes, please, let's do that.
Okay. Mr. Ron Rader?
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I would like to apply for the Finance and Audit Committee. I interested in that. I'm the treasurer of the Boys and Girls Club, have been the treasurer of the hospital, the board of directors of San Gregorio Memorial Hospital. Feel I'm qualified and interested in the financial health of this community. So if you would consider me, it'd be a privilege. Thank you.
Mr. Rader, if I could ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
So we have 2 positions open. We have 1 for resident member, and the other one is resident business owner member. Would you by chance qualify for the resident business owner?
I don't think at this point in time, like I said, I represent the hospital and other groups, but I don't own a business
Okay.
at this time, Mayor.
All right, thank you for the
So
clarification.
it'd be a resident.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, sir.
Any other public comments?
I do have a written email from David Vanderpool, who is your applicant for Finance and Audit. He was not able to make it this evening, so he sent in a written email. He states that it has been an honor and a pleasure to serve the people of Beaumont as a member of the Finance and Audit Committee and looks forward to serving another term. If council has any questions or concerns, please do not hesitate to contact me. And then I'll check the phone lines if I could.
Okay, yes, please.
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table. Mr. Rader has clarified that he does not qualify for the business position. Do we want to continue with that same motion?
Mayor, I have a question. So Mr. Rader did not put in an application in time, is that correct? Because I didn't see it.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the gentleman that I moved to approve to that committee, not knowing that there was someone else interested, and that gentleman's been on the committee.
Yes,
for a while.
and his application was in on time.
Right, and does he take the only position that Mr. Rader would qualify, the only open position?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. His profession is a school teacher, and I do not think he owns a business on the side. And so I would assume that he would then be our resident member.
Mayor,
So-
may I ask a question? Is there an alternate position on this committee?
There is not.
And
My motion stands.
okay. And then Mr. Martinez?
stands.
Your second stands, okay. Any other comments?
No
You'd
other
like to-
comments.
Okay. So let's go, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. Okay. Thank you for that. And then we will move on to our Parks and Rec positions.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Mr. Rader, is there any other committees that you have interest in, such as the Economic Development Committee or the Boards of Appeals?
I am on those two boards right now, those committees right now.
Please disregard.
All right, thank you. So we're going to take this item for Parks and Rec in two sections. First, we have the Sports League rep. We have two qualified applicants for that. And then keep in mind that we do have an alternate position for that seat. And so we have applications from Mr. Eric Bennett and Mr. David Valdivia. And are they present? We'd like to give them 3 minutes or up to 3 minutes to share any information with us.
Mayor, I do have one question on that.
Yes.
One of the applications did say that they qualified for another association. Was that deemed to be not true?
I'm sorry, say the question
On the
again?
application, one of them said they were affiliated with another a pickleball association. Does that not qualify as an association?
There was a specific question within the application that asked if you are affiliated with a sports league, and
And I
all
believe-
but two marked no. So we let them kind of determine that themselves so that we wouldn't be guessing.
Well, because I noticed that one of them put yes in addition to those two. Can you look at Diane Guerra's, or did I read it wrong? It's possible.
I'm Diane.
Oh, Diane, did you put yes on?
I did, but we're really more of a club, so I probably
Okay.
checked that, just for clarification.
Okay, so that's what I was asking, if it was non-qualified.
Okay.
Okay.
So then we're still then with the two individuals for the Sports League representative.
And Mayor, we have two openings for that position?
We have one opening and an alternate.
Okay.
And then, is Mr. Bennett here?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to take a moment and?
Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity. Been a longtime resident of the city, about 21 years. Been involved in youth sports for almost all of that time. Did a little bit of Beaumont youth baseball as a coach, Banning Little League as a coach when they first opened up. And my heart has been with the American Youth Soccer Organization for the last about 17 years. I helped run the league as a commissioner, been an area director, currently an assistant section director with AYSO. So I currently help manage about 70 regions and about 11 areas throughout 3 states, representing about 78,000 kids and close to 22,000 volunteers. So my heart is in the nonprofit organizations. My objective, if I was to be chosen for this position, is to help manage all those sports organizations that come into our city. Everybody deserves a spot on our fields. I believe the way that the policy handbook is written, it's fair to the nonprofits to make sure that those get those first, and then the other sports organizations kind of fill in. I'd love to be a sounding board for those organizations to help the Parks and Recs people, as well as the mayor and city council help meet those goals. And then as well as, kids need to have good parks. So being a representative to help with that as well. That would be all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, and we may call you back up for questions. Is David Valdivia here? There he is in the back.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I feel like I should be
a big part of this. My family has been here since 1910. I'm a part of, my dad started the 4th of July tournament, which I believe is the second longest running event here in Beaumont. I think it's about 44 years. We have it every 4th of July. I work closely with Elizabeth and Doug Story on getting Wrangell Park up and running and helping get that Vadio down there with Robert Aceves. I also been a coach and Beaumont softball vice president for the Beaumont Youth Baseball and softball out there. Coached in that league for 10, 15 years. I don't know. Met somebody out there, said that I was his daughter's coach in the hallway. I want to be a part of helping get these parks up and running, and I go to all the meetings with Doug to the park allocations and stuff like that. So just want to be a part of the city.
All right, thank you, Mr. Valdivia. And so just a point of clarification for the council. So with that alternate position, we would expect the alternates to attend the meeting. They can make comments, but they would not have a vote with that committee. And so a question to the two candidates for that, and you can answer if you're called back up, is would you be willing, if you're not chosen for the primary position, would you be willing to serve in the alternate role? And so I'll turn it to council for questions and then of the candidates, and then we can do a simple ranking between the two applicants. Mr. Martinez.
I do have a question actually for staff first. For Mr. Story, is it possible you can just give me just a quick, one more time, what the role of these committee members are? There's a few things I heard that I want to make sure that they understand what exactly they're applying for and what their role is in relation to the council.
I'm sorry, say one more time? I was running up here.
The goal primarily of the committee members.
Okay, absolutely. Sure. Well, first and foremost, our primary objective is to increase community involvement in our department and decisions that we bring to you as council. We want to provide an opportunity for feedback and to create a committee that allows us to have representatives who go out into the community on our behalf to bolster that support and to bolster that communication with us. Our goal is to bring discussion about projects as we move forward, whether it be park projects or different projects that fall within our department. Also, with different policies that we have. So a couple of the individuals had spoken of the sports field allocation plan. So that was brought to council early last year. And so as those types of policies come before you at council, to be able to have a committee and a group of community members who can speak into that process and can help us mold and shape those policies as they come here before you. And then when those policies come before you, to give you the opportunity to know that this committee heard that and kind of had some voice in that as well.
And at no time there to be a representative of the city as far as policy to the public, correct? They're basically discussing what we ask them, and they give us feedback, but not to represent us in the public to go out and enforce any of the policies.
No. Just a sounding board.
I want to clarify. Thank you, Mr. Story. Thank you, Mayor.
May I ask one more?
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Story, can you clarify the time commitment for the individuals?
Right now, we are set to meet quarterly, and we are on the same nights as the Finance and Audit Committee. I think we're 4 p.m. Before that meeting happens. And so that's happening quarterly, 4 o'clock. If there was anything else outside of that, they could, if they wanted to increase that, I guess they could decide amongst themselves and have that discussion. But right now, that's what it's set at, is a quarterly meeting.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wright, do you have a question
Yeah,
for Mr. Story?
Mr. Story, I do. So exactly which role are we voting on at this point? Can you describe that role again?
Sure. This specific, I think with Mr. Bennett and Mr. Valdivia, when we created the committee, we wanted to designate one position that was someone that was connected or associated with the leagues. And we wanted to ensure that the community as a whole, individuals outside of the sports leagues, had a voice and had an opportunity to fill seats on this committee. And so when we established the committee, we said, okay, let's have, of the voting members, we would have the council member that's appointed to this group, and then we would have one league individual who represents or is associated with a sports league in the city, and then 3 community members for a total of 5 voting members. And then that we, due to the last discussion on November 7th, the alternate positions as well, who would attend the meetings but wouldn't vote unless there was an absent or someone vacated a seat, and then they can step into having a voting position.
Okay, so the sport association role
Yes, sir.
is a role where they're currently associated with a
Correct.
a league or a
Correct.
sporting association.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so not seeing any other lights on from council. If we can ask Mr. Bennett to come up and you can answer the question that I had is if you were not selected as the primary rep, would you be willing to serve as an alternate?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And any questions for Mr. Bennett?
I have one.
Go ahead, Mr. White.
So when I first got on council, Mr. Bennett, I met multiple times with you and the other directors, I'll call them, of AYSO. And we were struggling, or you were struggling, we were struggling with an issue regarding reservations of fields, the quality of the fields. And at that time, the AYSO was pretty much taking care of the maintenance of the fields and putting money into the fields. And I'd like you to speak to a little bit of that, because I think that is an important part of our history with the sports park and with AYSO. So if you wouldn't mind just sort of giving us your thoughts on that time when you guys were paying for the seed and everything else.
Yeah, we have, as an organization, we're a nonprofit, so all of our fees come from the registration fees that we charge our families that live in our community. For a long time, if there was issues at the sports park, we would just simply pay for it. It would be anywhere from light bulbs. We've worked with the parks to get machines out there to change light bulbs when we've paid for the light bulbs. We reseeded the field closest to the snack bar. We spent, it was probably $50,000 to help get that field correct. And then the water issues came, and that was all for kind of not any issues at the sports park. We have always tried to take care of. We've tried to be good stewards of the community. Now, we've gotten to a point where Doug is taking care of all of those things for us. There's still some work to be done down on the bottom 2 fields, and I know that'll be done over the night. That's a larger project, of course. So that is welcomed. A lot of that money can go back to our kids, essentially, through a number of different ways. So, yes, it's been almost my entire time with AYSO, with the exception of this last year, have we always put money into the sports park.
And I'm sure you've followed what we've done over the last 18 months regarding Doug's work on finding a solution to some of the problems we had with reservations and charging a park fee and those kinds of things. What is your opinion of I'm not looking for you to just tell us we're wonderful, but I know you enough to know that you're going to be honest with me. So I'd like to know what your opinion is with the way that we are handling our reservations, our park fees, because that was a huge issue for all the sports associations that came in and spoke to us during all that time.
Sure. I mean, when you look at essentially the 3 largest sports organizations, we're probably the largest user of actual city fields, with Beaumont Youth Baseball and Junior All-American Football. We take up most of the field space throughout the parks, especially during baseballs, during their regular season, during their spring season. At first, we're always never a fan of having to pay money for fields that we as an organization have put a ton of money into. It kind of came slowly with lights and then now has come to field allocations. But, when you start looking at it, we don't get wasted space. And the way that the tiers were done up by Doug, it makes sense. Beaumont programs should always have first dibs, but I don't believe that you guys should be in the sports business. I think that's for guys like myself and Mr. Valdivia and Junior All-American Football. That's what we do. So when you start looking at that field allocation for level number 2 or tier 2, a lot of us fall into that or that into that. And, you know, to have reduced fees, but to have primary, I guess, selection of those fields is exactly what we need. I believe that the groups that have nonprofits, that have board of directors, that have rules and regulations and do background checks and all those things are super, super important to the safety of our children. And if that costs us $10 or $12 or $15,000 to pay the city, and you guys are putting that money back into those fields, I can't imagine that there's a sports organization that would disagree with that. You know, when you start looking at the other organizations, those kind of one-off baseball travel teams or club soccer teams, I do believe they fall third and fourth depending on how they do their how their organization is designed. So at first, sure, not a fan, but you know, we don't get the wasted field space, and Heather over at the parks doesn't have to deal with a lot of that nonsense, and you know, we get the fields that we need. Baseball gets the fields that we need, that they need, and junior All-American football does the same. And then all those other sports organizations just kind of fall in line outside of that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Bennett? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bennett, appreciate it. Mr. Valdivia? So as you're coming up, same question for you, sir. If not chosen as the primary, would you be willing to serve as the alternate?
Yes, I would.
Okay, and then for the council, any questions for Mr. Valdivia? Okay, Mr. Lahr, go ahead.
Mr. Valdivia, the similar question that was just recently asked about the time and dedication that you put into Rangel Park. Can you kind of go over that?
Yeah, I mean, my dad, we were just talking about it. My dad got a lot of sponsors and stuff to actually build that park because the park allocations throughout the city were used up by Little League and stuff. So my dad had a concrete poured there, got the grass seed from family members, put the dirt out there, had people pulling out trees. And as my dad transitioned, I got older because it was a family tradition, that 4th of July tournament. And he taught us all how to rake the fields and all this stuff and water the fields, where, not throwing stones, but we did all the maintenance on those fields besides mowing the lawn. We made sure all the dirt was good. And as Doug and them started coming in with this new park and stuff, we were out there hand in hand with the city. We got wheel rollers and stuff because the dirt was powdery. We were gonna have our tournament. We were out there watering it day and night sometimes and making sure, raking it and making sure everything was good. I personally kind of helped with getting the lights on because the lights were old. They were, I think some of them are shorting out and stuff. So I was out there till 10 o'clock the night before our tournament trying to get the lights to work so our tournament could go off as planned, and it did. And so I'm out there all the time. We got watchdogs out there, you know, we still out there raking the field. If anybody goes out there on that field and they're doing something to destroy that park that we're proud of, we're out there. We're out there making sure that park stays, because it is. What you guys did with that field it's beautiful. And it's a pride of our field. My aunts, who are in their 80s, they walk around there and make sure nobody's messing with that park because it's proud. We're proud to get that thing going. And yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Valdivia, just real quickly, you're going to be working with different, obviously, leagues and different associations, and each sport, of course, has different specific needs. Obviously, softball and baseball are different than soccer. Can you be fair and equitable as a committee member to understand that there are different needs for different associations, and can you bring that objectivity to the committee?
Yes, I can, because I actually had my kids in basketball, and I think I think keeping kids in sports, it keeps them off the streets. So any league is a good league to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate hearing from Mr. Bennett and Mr. Valdivia. You guys are great applicants. We appreciate the service you guys have given to the city to this point, and look forward to more from you. So in the past, we have done a numbering system for our candidates. We only have 2, so this one I think will be fairly easy. I'd like to propose that we just amongst the council here, just decide who we'd like to have as the primary and who we'd like to have as the alternate out of those two candidates. You guys okay with that?
Mayor, I'd like to comment on that.
Sure.
First of all, both of these guys have to be on the committee. So the fact that they're both okay with being an alternate, I don't think we need to go through that process. I think someone up here can make a motion for one or the other, and then we can get this over with.
Okay, I'll step out. I move that we make appoint Mr. Eric Bennett as the primary representative and Mr. David Valdivia as the alternate. Do I have a second on that?
I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
So it is difficult in this type of situation because there is one person that's voting and one that's not. And not necessarily is the alternate giving opinions on the committee like the voting member is. So they're there to receive the information, but I'm sure since it's open, they can put input. Of course, it's open to the public, so they can definitely put input on it. I did have my preference for Mr. Valdivia, so no offense, Mr. Bennett, but I'll say no just for that reason.
Councilmember White?
Councilmember White? Is that you asked? I'm sorry. It's just out of order. You threw me off. Councilmember White.
New order.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
That would be no. Both qualified candidates, but I would like the Mr. Valdivia as primary.
Okay. So the vote results, then we have Mr. Bennett receiving 3 votes as the primary, and David Valdivia as the, would then be our alternate. I heard that correctly, right?
You do have to officially make your vote. You're the
Okay,
last.
all right. And so, I'm sorry. All right. So I'll jump in there in primary as, so my answer is yes.
Okay.
All right.
Congratulations.
All right. Thank you. Congrats.
Clap. Yeah. All right. Good job. Can't go wrong either.
Okay.
So.
And so now we're on to the community member seats. We have 3 positions open, and we have 7 candidates. And so I'm not sure if they're in order in terms of applications received, but we just have a list in front of me, and we'll, if you're okay with it, we'd like to call each member up. You've got 2 to 3 minutes to share something about yourself, and we'll start off with Diane Garina, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mayor, Council, everyone. I'm excited to be here to represent Beaumont. I've been a Beaumont resident for close to 16 years. And although it's important to have a voice in Beaumont and be that representation of our residents, and I really want to be on this committee because I think it's going to encourage positive camaraderie within the city. I mean, the city is great, and I love Beaumont. I also work closely with the city of Beaumont as well as an HR professional, and I think I can really bring to the table just some really good input in terms of the community, what the community wants in within Beaumont, how we can help our city here in Beaumont to really encourage participation, that our residents get involved with different aspects of Beaumont, parks and recreation. Again, like one of the gentlemen mentioned, getting kids off the street and really participating. And then not only just the kids, but the parents as well. And then also, I mean, I'm a big proponent of pickleball now, and that's a big thing. And the fact that we are able to really gain such a great following with pickleball here at Beaumont and everywhere else, bringing out the seniors, bringing out the young kids, us participating, and just building that family, that Beaumont community here. It is so awesome. And with my voice and being able to give feedback back in a positive way, I think it would really help for me to be on this seat. And so I appreciate your time. I appreciate you hearing me out. Yes, I've been here a long time in Beaumont, but I'm excited to get involved again. I was a general manager for my husband's team. We were involved with Pop Warner as well as high school cheerleading, but this is really close to our heart because it really is going to bring the community together. And when they can hear us and the residents out here, and we're civilians, as I like to call us, it's really going to gain that participation. So thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
All right, Ms. Garina, before you sit down.
Sure.
So, if not chosen as one of the three primaries, would you be willing to serve as an alternate?
Absolutely.
Okay, and then while you're there, do we have any questions for Ms. Garina? Okay, seeing none at the moment.
Okay,
We appreciate it.
thank you very much. I appreciate
Okay.
that.
And then we'd like to call up Kyle Anders. Is Kyle present this evening? Okay. And then next up, Jody Pauley. So Jody, 2 or 3 minutes, and then if you can share if you'd be willing to be an alternate as well.
Yes, I'd be willing to be an alternate. I'll start with that. I served on the AYSO board for years under Eric Bennett, as a matter of fact. Haven't seen him for a few years. I was on all of my children's PTAs from elementary school all the way up till high school. And then in high school, did their sports with them, which was water polo and swim, worked the snack bars, helped the coaches. I've always been involved. We've hosted over 60 UK soccer coaches through our house, which use the local parks when the cities still use the UK soccer one. Sorry, I'm nervous. I have always been actively involved. I know that the city did the park by our house, and it's now the amazing one with the special needs children playground. I'm always actively involved, and I, as everybody else has said, and I'm sure we all agree, have the children's best interest is always. Sorry.
Well, we appreciate your comments. Anything else to add, or? Okay, any questions from council? Just a second here. Gentlemen, any questions for Ms. Pauley? All right, appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, next we'll call up Dennis Salcedo. And Mr. Salcedo, would you be willing to serve as an alternate if not chosen as a primary?
Absolutely.
Okay. So you got 2 to 3 minutes, sir.
Dennis Salcedo, I come from San Bernardino. I'm probably going to be the short timer here. Transplanted out here 4 years ago. Wouldn't look back. I love this place. I come from a family where my father and mother were the owner, manager back from the late 60s into the 70s of a drum and bugle corps that were the representation for City of San Bernardino, carried the City of San Bernardino in flags and competitions everywhere, which raised a lot of kids and taught them music from ages 16 up to age 21. I personally raised my 2 kids to be exceptional kids. They both have become extraordinary kids. Sports kept them off the streets. After football games, my wife and I would go to the pizza parlor and invite the whole high school football team to go there, and we'd feed them all because we knew where our kid was. And I knew when I was a kid, it was go to a party after the games. Well, I had half of the football team there, so that was a good thing. I have a lot of ideas on how to bring the community together and do things. That's kind of how I was brought into doing this application. I spoke with one of the Parks and Rec people about the Christmas light issue of not having the competition this year. And after a long conversation, I was kind of urged to put an application in myself.
All right.
And so if you want to see some really good Christmas lights, 1488 Playa Street.
All right, Mr. Salcedo, do we have any questions from council for him?
1488 what street?
Playa Street.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Mr. Salcedo, thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, our next up, and Annie, it'll be Annie, and Annie, can you pronounce your last name for me?
Plone, like Sloan, but with a P.
Plone, Annie Plone. Thank you, Annie. And would you be willing to serve as an alternate if not
Yes.
chosen as primary? Okay. All right, Annie, you've got 2 to 3 minutes as well.
So I'm Annie. I'm not a stranger around here. I do a lot of activities with everybody. Doug and Heather said, "What are you doing? Why isn't your application in yet?" I like being a part of Beaumont. So I've been here 18 years. I've been doing events with Beaumont for 17 years as a business owner. I'm usually the kids zone for most of them. With the city growing as much as it is, it's nice to be able to help and get our city more involved. I've been about that for a long time, trying to make sure that everybody's involved in not doing the things that they're doing. I was at the high school last year, and those kids need some extra support from all of us. And if we have those ideas to do that for them, I think it would be good. I've been kind of Heather and them have called me and Ashley for stuff over the years on my ideas of what do they think about this, because I have done activities with the kids and everybody for so many years. So just being able to step up and help a little bit more, make my schedule a little bit busier, those 4 times a year I can do that. So I think that it's a good idea to have that. We have a lot of different committees for a lot of different things, and with as much as our city's growing, this would be a good committee for what we have going on.
Thank you, Ms. Plone. Any questions from the council for her? Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
And then next up, Amberly Carver. Do we have Amberly present?
Ms. Carver sent an email earlier stating that she was unable to make it. She was going to try to call in, but I just checked with Rudy and she has not. But I'll let you know if
But
she does.
no other written statement submitted other than what's in the application?
Correct.
Okay, so if she were to chime in, please let us know.
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, Laura Schnur. And Laura, would you be willing to serve as an alternate if not chosen as a primary?
Of course.
All right. So you got 2 to 3 minutes as well.
Okay, so I wrote something, and I'll probably go way off script, but I've been here before advocating for our dog park, and I do have what I consider to be a very positive working relationship with Doug Story and Mrs. Gibbs and Parks and Rec. So what I'm here to tell you is that I would really love to serve on the Parks Committee. It would be an honor and a privilege for me. I've lived in Beaumont and Fairway Canyon for 10 years. I grew up in the Inland Empire. Most of my career is spent as an elementary school teacher. I'm a mom to college graduate children now who still live at home with me. And we all love the parks and use them regularly. So the parks have been a big part of our life. But I want to talk briefly about what teaching has done for me to make me want to do this. Teaching extends beyond the walls of classrooms. It runs out into the playground and into that multi-purpose room and over to the board meetings, out into the community events and into places like our parks, cities, libraries, museums, and so much more. Teaching has also given me a big picture focus because the academic outcomes I was looking for take time, planning, listening, understanding, collaboration, and resources. So why a Parks Committee for me? Well, I use them often. I grew up in a city. I grew up in Colton. There was one big park in the city, 2 others, but we couldn't get there because it was a long walk or a bike ride to get to the park. So you might go play at school or on your street. And today's parks are amazing because you can walk, skate, ride a bike to a great open space and get back home safely before it gets dark without crossing that traffic. Our neighborhood parks are so beneficial as they provide so much for so many needs and users. And I'm not, sadly, a big sports person, but I am representing the rest of the community, okay, who uses the parks for other things, for mental health, activity, fitness, health, and walking our dogs, and so on. We have about 18 parks in our city. As Beaumont has grown, so have those parks. There is more to plan, develop, and manage. That master plan that we've been working on as a city is amazing. I did participate in elements of that. It was a wonderful process and really triggered a lot of creative ideas for me about what we need to be doing going forward. So I would have to say that my focus, what I would bring to this committee is an interest in park development and management and experience in construction, maintenance, and improvements. Community engagement is a big issue for me. I have a lot of ideas that I could bring to this committee about that and to share with our staff as well. I have worked collaboratively with our staff on lots of parks issues, so I really feel that I could bring something great to the table there. I am willing to take the time and do the work necessary to make intelligent contributions. I'm a good listener and a team player. I can compromise and incorporate other ideas into plans. I am forward-thinking as well as practical. I understand our park program. I am an advocate of futuristic technology in our parks, trail management, connectivity, themes, culture, arts, and programming. Most importantly, I'm excited and enthusiastic to be standing here before you tonight, and I thank you for your consideration of me. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Schnurr. Any comments or questions from council? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And so as we've done in the past, we have ranked our candidates from a 1 through 5, and if we do the same this evening, then we would have our first choice as being a 1, second choice 2, and so forth. The thought process that I had is since we have 3 seats to fill in an alternate, that perhaps we take the top 3 as those seats, those primary seats, and then the person with, in the 4th position being the alternate. Does that make sense? Is that agreeable? Any comments on that? Mr. Lara?
So we're going to have 2 alternates, one for the
So we have
teams?
one, so for this, we have 1 alternate, correct?
Correct. You just filled.
2
you
total.
filled
2
one.
total.
Okay.
We filled 1 alternate already. Yeah. So it was sports league specific
Okay.
for that one.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. So tonight, so then out of this remaining group, we're choosing 4. So if we're okay with that, then we can take a few moments and write out our scores. And then when everybody's finished, let's put your lights on, and then when you're finished, turn your lights off. How's that? And then I'll know everybody's ready to go.
Okay.
Or let's do that in reverse so we don't.
Okay.
That we all work it.
So what I had in front of me, Mr. White, was just a little grid.
Through the all of the applications again. Would someone mind just reminding me who's who? I know who.
Okay, so if we do this, if you don't mind standing as I call your name, and we'll go in the order that you spoke, so.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
That order's ranking order too, that you're gonna call off? I mean, as far as the first name we're going down.
This is just to familiarize us with who our applicants are and what order they spoke.
I just don't remember how to spell all your names, and so I could
All
go
right.
through all this, but he seems to be in a hurry here. So I'm just kidding, David. I'm just kidding.
All right, then I have to remember now how to pronounce everybody's name as well. Diane Garina?
Right here.
Okay. Kyle Anders was not here, so you can be seated. Jody Pauley? Thank you. Dennis Salcedo? Thank you. Annie Plone. Annie Plone, thank you.
My whole life, it's me.
And Amberly Carver was not here, but emailed. Any last minute check-ins for that?
Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. And Laura Schnurr? Okay. All right, does that help out?
Yes, it does.
Okay, all right. Fourth would be the alternate.
Mayor, we turn our lights off when we are done?
Yeah, I did
Okay.
it in reverse, sorry. So we'll put them on when you're finished.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got everybody. All right, so the confusion on the order that Mr. White had is we were out of order in terms of what we normally do when we have a council vote, but we're going to stay in the same order that our clerk has in front of them. And so the order in reporting out and voting would be Mr. Martinez, Mr. White, Ms. Voigt, Mayor Pro Tem Laura, and then myself. And so if we're all ready to go, want to take a vote, please.
Let me have AV put my spreadsheet on the screen. Thank you. That'll help things.
Okay, so again, we are voting with a preference of 1 being our first choice, 7 being our last choice, and then as those totals are added up, the person with the least amount of votes is the number 1 spot, then second least is number 2, and so on, with the 4th person being our alternate. And so we're ready for a vote.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, so Ms. Wheelwright, I put my names in the order of the agenda, I had them. So I'm just gonna call out the last name with the number, if you could. Carver, 6. Plone, 5. Guadiana, 1. Sorry. Salcedo, 3. Polly, 4. Anders, 7. Schnur, 2.
Ms. Morgan, were you able to get that?
Enter it in right now.
Okay.
I voted for her.
I'm having a hard time.
Sorry about that. I don't know how
You're
this
cor-
works.
Yeah, there it's moving.
Are we good?
And I can repeat if you need.
Councilmember White?
So I'll try and follow your order on the form there to make it easier for you.
Can we verify? Yeah, we need to verify real quick.
Yeah, it's a little off.
All right.
Let me see, number 6.
Yeah. So Guariana was 1, that's correct. Anders should be 7, that's correct. Polly should be 4, that's correct. Salcedo should be 3. Cologne was 5. Carver is 6, and that is correct. Schnur, 2.
Sorry.
Okay, so Diane is 3. Anders is 7. Polly is 4. Salcedo is 5. Plone is 1. Carver is 6. And Schnur is 2. Anders was 7, yeah.
Councilmember Voigt?
Alrighty. Diane, 1. Kyle, 7. Jody, 5. Dennis, 4. Annie, 2. Carver, 6. Laura, 3.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
I had Dan is 1. Anders is 7. Polly is 6. Salcedo is 4. Annie is 2. Carver is 5. And Laura is 3.
And Mayor Finn?
I have Diane 1, Kyle 7, Jody 2, Dennis 5, Annie 3, Amberly 6, and Laura 4. Okay, so okay, so from the results here, for the first 3 positions, we have Diane Garina. Second, Annie Plone. Third, Laura Schnurr. And then I'd like to go to a council vote. So we have a tie between Jody Pauley and Dennis Salcedo. And so, do we have any, do we want a motion on that? Well, yeah, can I get a motion on the first 3, and then we'll take care of the alternate separately?
I'll make a motion to move to approve Diane Garina, Annie Plone, and Laura Schnurr as appointments to the community members for our Parks and Rec Commissioner.
I'll
Committee.
second.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. Okay, now, so then, but to our alternate, between Jody Pauley and Dennis Salcedo, do we have a motion from the council on nominating either one of those 2 individuals?
Mayor, I'll move to approve Jody Pauley as the alternate.
We have a second on that. I'll second that.
Councilmember Martinez?
No.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
No.
Mayor Finn?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, then I will make a motion that we appoint Dennis Salcedo as the alternate for our Parks and Rec Committee.
I'll second.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. All right, congratulations, everybody. It takes a special breed of person to volunteer and especially to work with the city, and we are so appreciative of that and look forward to some good things coming from the committee, and we appreciate your support and look to hearing from you all in the future. And for those who didn't make it this evening, please keep us on your radar. There are times that people have to resign for different things. There's other opportunities that come up as well. And so we'd encourage you to come back, okay? And so thank you, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, 'cause I
Have a
couldn't
Merry
see it.
Christmas. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you like mine?
Oh,
Mike, would you like mine?
Yeah.
Electronic day.
All right, so real quick, everybody, we're going to just take a quick 5-minute break.
Now, don't break this one too, okay?
Hold it back like.
I'm sure that's maybe we'll.
Okay, everybody, we're back from break, and we'll reconvene the meeting at 7:52. And so we are on to action item J1, resolution authorizing the issuance of Community Facilities District Number 2021-1 Fairway Canyon Special Tax Bond Series 2024, the quote 2024 bonds. And we will receive a staff report from our city manager, Elizabeth Gibbs.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight, we have your financing team with us. Michael Bush is on Zoom. Shane Spicer, your special tax consultant, is here in person. Your bond counsel, Brian Forbath, is here. And Brandon with UFI is also here in the audience. And they're going to be going through the bond issuance staff report. This district, the CFD district, was formed in 2021. It is 2021-1, and it is for homes out in Fairway Canyon. Brandon's coming up.
Good evening, Brandon.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and staff. My name's Brandon Kafori, and I'm with Urban Futures. I work with Michael Bush. We serve as the city's municipal advisor. As Elizabeth alluded to, we have a brief presentation tonight. We're going to cover 3 sections. So I will walk through the financing section. I'll then turn it over to Brian Forbath from Stradling to walk through the legal overview, includes SEC compliance and the items subject to council approval. And then Tom Jacob from Stiefel will walk through the financing details and the tentative schedule. So just to give a brief overview, as Elizabeth mentioned, this is CFD 21-1. It was formed in 2021, and it's located in a master plan community known as Fairway Canyon. There's a master developer for this project who has sold the property to 3 merchant builders who are developing the land into single-family homes. Those are Woodside, D.R. Horton, and Richmond American. This CFD is planned for 529 single-family units. As you can see here, we have fairly high conveyance. As of November 1st, we have 419 units that have been completed and conveyed to individual homeowners. And through tonight, we got an update today that there have been some additional closings, bringing the total to 435. So the project is really progressing quite nicely. There is a balance of homes that are maintained with the merchant builders. Nonetheless, it's been expected that all remaining homes will be completed and conveyed to homeowners by February of 2025. In terms of the financing overview, at formation, the not-to-exceed par that was set was $19.5 million. As of market conditions, currently, we expect to issue bonds in an amount of $14.19 million. This is subject to change until we actually price the bonds in January. This will be the only series of bonds for this district, so we can only have parity bonds under a refunding. Similar to other CFDs, this will be structured to provide 110 times coverage via the special taxes to debt service payments. And the proceeds are being used to reimburse the master developer for various improvements. So these are all infrastructure improvements. There's no fees included, and those are listed here. I won't read them all, but there's disclosure on this in the preliminary official statement. And again, these are all infrastructure improvements. In addition to this, later in the presentation, Tom Jacob will walk through additional financing details on the specific bond issuance. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Brian Forbath to walk through the next section.
Mayor, may I ask just a clarification on one of his comments?
Sure, sure.
Can you sort of expand on why? I think you said that this is only one bond issuance, and
Yep.
you explained there was a reason why. Can you?
Yeah, so based on the conveyance in the CFD through today, there's sufficient, and I'd like to have Shane Spicer comment on this as well, but there's sufficient revenue to size the bonds up to the full permits in the next fiscal year. So we're going to max out in terms of the capacity on the bond issuance. And
Okay.
so basically, yeah, there wouldn't be another bond issue on this because we're almost fully built out, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll get more clarification from Mr. Spicer, but
Okay.
thank you, that helps.
Thanks.
Good evening. Brian Forbath, it's a pleasure to be here back with you all again this evening. So, there we go. So, just to remind the council about, sort of certain of your obligations under federal securities laws, I think if you're all aware of, Beaumont went through a cease and desist order several years ago with the Securities and Exchange Commission. And as part of that, the council at that time adopted disclosure policies that are in effect for all bonds issuances. So we've always are very careful to make sure that we move forward and comply with the city's disclosure policies in connection with each bond issue. Part of that is an in-person review, or I guess Zoom these days, page turner of the official statement, which that's going to happen tomorrow. So we'll go through that tomorrow as part. And also have a formal due diligence call with the developers tomorrow. So that'll be part of it. And then again, we've done consistently annual training for city staff on their obligations in connection with federal securities laws. The items before you this evening tonight are a resolution which authorizes a not to exceed amount of $16 million in bonds. The $16 million is just to provide a little bit of cushion in case the bonds are priced with premiums or discounts. Actually would increase the par amount from the 14,190 that Brandon mentioned before. The resolution approves a preliminary official statement. Again, that's the offering document for the bonds. That's the prospectus that's subject to federal securities laws that the underwriter will go out and market the bonds with. There's a bond indenture, bond purchase agreement, a continued disclosure certificate. It also hires the financing team and contains the good faith estimates in connection with the transaction. One thing I will note, this is, I think, the third series of bonds we've now done for Fairway Canyons, different CFDs. And so there's an existing acquisition agreement that already is in place with the master developer that, again, we're financing only improvements here. We're not financing fees. And again, if we remember from our formation, I think it was either earlier this year or last year, we did run down the trail that there's an existing development agreement, and that development agreement required the formation of the CFD. So this is all sort of interrelated to that. I should have my Councilmember White slide for the questions that I was going to ask. I was just trying to get ahead of a little bit of it. Save myself from sitting, standing, back and forth. That'd be good. And that's it for me. And I'll pass it on to Tom Jacobs from Stiefel here to talk about the rest of the.
Thank you, Brian. And good evening, Council. My name is Tom Jacob. I'm here representing Stiefel, the underwriter on the 2024 bonds. So on this slide, we have some select financing statistics. We have, based on current market conditions, as of November 29th, which is about 3 weeks ago now. So I will say that market conditions has actually improved over the last couple of weeks. So this interest rate, this true interest cost that you see before you, is actually going to be a little bit lower based on current market conditions. As Brandon mentioned, the par amount, the expectation is that 14.2 million approximately will be issued. The true interest cost, which is essentially the average borrowing interest rate over a 30-year period, is about 5.32%. This will be a 30-year amortization, so through 2054. And as Brandon mentioned earlier, the payments, the annual debt payments, will be structured in a manner such that special taxes, which will be the revenues to support the payment of the bonds, there'll be 110 coverage on those annual payments from those special taxes. And just to stress that these are level annual payments, so we're not seeing any sort of escalation in the annual debt payments nor the special tax over time. Here we have an overview of the estimated costs of issuance associated with the financing. As always, we're very competitive with the fees, and also we try to stay in line with some of the city's more recent CFDs of similar size. So you'll see here that the last issuance, roughly the same size, about 12.7 million, issued in 2018 for the Sundance community. The cost of issuance was about $355,000. You'll see here at the bottom of the chart, we're about $360,000, but slightly higher par amount, $14.2 million. So we're pretty much in line with that previous transaction. Last but not least, we have the tentative schedule. So assuming council approves the item this evening, the goal would be to post the preliminary official statement or make that offering document, which you have in front of you this evening, one of the items that Brian mentioned. We're going to make that available to prospective investors so that they have time to review the credit, review the terms of the bonds, and make an informed decision on whether or not to purchase the bonds. We will spend about 5-6 days marketing the bonds to prospective investors, and then we will price the bonds or set the interest rates on the bonds the following week, the week of January 8th. After that, about 2 weeks to finalize all the legal documents, and then close or settle the 2024 bonds. And with that, the team is happy to take any questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll first go to public comments. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written public comments. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to council for questions. Mr. White.
I thought, Mr. Spicer, aren't you part of the presentation here? I just assume we were going to hear from all three of you.
I'm here to answer any questions.
Answer questions, okay.
I have a presentation next.
I don't have a question for you right now.
Okay.
So, that was basically the clarification. There's no escalators on these. These are level payments, right?
That is correct, Councilmember.
And so interest rate's not going to fluctuate, payments aren't going to fluctuate, correct?
In fact, the interest rate is probably going to come down from what we show you on this slide. And so
Okay.
the payments will stay flat over time, no
Okay.
fluctuation.
And if interest rates come down significantly, we have to wait 10 years before we can refund or refinance?
These bonds will be structured with essentially a 10-year par call.
Okay. The only thing I ask, and I've asked for this before, it would really be helpful if we had a map of where this district is. I look through here and I see the description and I can put it in my head, but when someone who lives in one of these areas or someone I know who lives in one of these areas, I'd like to be prepared that I know exactly where we're talking about. So if we could in the future have just a map that shows where the properties are. But that's all I had.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify for the public, this is for new unoccupied units. And we don't want to read something that we're raising taxes for Sundance or Fairway anywhere, right?
Actually, excuse me, the reason why we're at this point in issuing bonds is because the majority of them are occupied. We're not raising taxes, we're actually going to be reducing taxes, but they're levied at their full assigned rate as they build out. To clarify the question before, to date, there are 520 of 529 of the lots are developed. So when we generated our revenue stream estimating our bond amount, we are factoring in that all 529 of them are developed and we'll be paying these bonds off. So this is the second part of the CFD process. Formation is what I think you're referring to, and bond issuance is later down the road.
Right, so, okay, all right, yeah, I got it now, thank you.
Mr. Spicer, so I've got a question for you. So, being the real estate agent in the room, I know that when someone comes in to purchase a home from the builder, they're disclosed to them a few different things. One, especially when there's an expected CFD. And so I would imagine that they were disclosed to them, and it says here, based on the size of their home, they'd be between $1,401 to $2,159 a year. With a good number of those homes being having closed escrow, tax bills being issued, do these homeowners who have already closed escrow, is this information and this tax levy on their current tax bill, or will it come later as a supplemental tax bill?
Depends on when they bought.
Okay.
So if they
And that's based on the tax year when the county assessed, correct? Okay.
Correct. And so given the size of this district, a good number of them have already been living there for quite a while, actually, and have received their property tax bills that would have been in accordance to the rate and method that was in their disclosure documents when they bought the home.
Which then there's a paragraph, and so I asked the question so it helps the public as they see
course.
this as well, that there is a disclosure paragraph in a purchase contract, even in a resale contract, that says, it talks about supplemental taxes, and it's that catch-up. So if someone's closed escrow prior to this showing up on their tax bond, they will get a supplemental tax bill that will catch them up, and then it would be from that rate going forward, correct?
Right, and that supplemental is to reflect the change in the valuation of that property. The special line items are already on the property tax bill that would have been paid by the developer had the property owner moved in after the tax bill was due. So the supplemental is just primarily for the ad valorem portion of the tax bill.
And the reason I bring it up is because I know there are homeowners who will forget.
They do.
And they have a lower payment when they move in, then they got quoted from their lender, they get used to that lower payment, and then the catch-up bill comes in, and they go, uh-oh. And so
we get those calls.
I just always want to say out there, and so forth, is disclose, 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 and I'm sure that it's done properly. But anytime that we can mention this and pass it on, and even down to the sales staff at the model home complex, to remind them supplemental bills will come out, it will catch you up, and then once that's done, then that's your proper rate going forward. And as it's been pointed out by you and council, then it's fixed at that point.
Correct.
All right, so appreciate it. Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. White?
Yeah, I do now have two questions, sort of to clarify. Number one, I think I understand your comment that you'll actually be lowering taxes, but can you explain that?
So when you form the CFD, then you end up establishing the assigned special tax or the maximum special tax. When you go to issue the bonds, there's a 10% coverage in that. So they don't take it all the way up to the full assigned rate. So then there's a lesser amount to pay back those bonds, and then you have administration costs and anticipated delinquencies. So what the practice is prior to bonds being issued is that you levy at the full assigned rate. This way that there's due diligence, that the homeowners are informed that this is the CFD that's on the property tax bill. Until the district is built out and bonds are issued. At that time, then you can bring down the tax rate.
Okay.
So issuing bonds is a good thing.
Yes, and that's important because my example, my property is we're still paying at the full rate. And we're paying at the full rate even though the total amount of bonds issued is about 60% of the full rate. And we're still, because we were too soon yet to reevaluate and to lower that down. So let me bring up another question that came up when you talk about, and Mr. Finn talks about getting caught up. So the first house was sold 2-3 years ago? Okay, so
probably.
hypothetically, let's say it was
it
sold.
was formed in 21, so they probably started selling homes by 22.
Okay, so
2
hypothetically,
years.
they've been paying, there's somebody who may be paying these monthly payments for 2 years.
Correct.
Someone who buys a house now, when we talk about getting caught up, they're not going to go back and pay their share of the 2 years that the other people are paying. They're just going to get caught up as far as paying going forward, right?
So there is a supplemental adjustment if the value of the home is greater than the increases in what the property value is shown to the county. That supplemental is just going to represent the valuation of the property itself. It has nothing to do with the CFD.
Okay, but my first concern when I hear that is somebody hears that and says, okay, there's some people in my area that's been paying for 2 years. I just now bought my house. I don't have to pay the 2 years that I didn't pay before, correct?
That's correct.
It's all
moving forward,
measured over everyone else, right?
Well, right, and some of the rationale is that the homeowners that bought 2 years ago are actually benefiting from the improvements as well that are being paid for from the bond issuance. So there's a logic to that. They're paying for their CFD as they're moving. Homeowners that are going to move in, the 9 that haven't been built yet, and they move in next year, they're going to be starting to pay their tax bill from that point moving forward. There's no catch up to prior years.
Okay, so they won't be paying more or less than someone with a similar
Correct. Everybody will be
situation?
paying the same.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Martinez?
I just want to thank you because you said what I was trying to ask to make sure that the public knew what was coming and to expect that. Thank you. I'm not quite with it today. Thank you.
All right, any other questions from council? Mr. White?
Oh,
Okay, and at this point, then I'll entertain a motion.
I will make a motion. Do I have to use specific wording throughout the process?
Yes, please.
Okay, let me find that.
I can do it if you'd like.
Yes, I'll let you do that.
Okay. I'll move to waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution, the City Council of the City of Beaumont, acting as the legislative body of the City of Beaumont Community Facilities District Number 2021-1 Fairway Canyon, authorizing the issuance of its 2024 special tax bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $16 million and approving certain documents and taking certain other actions in connection therewith.
I'll second.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. Thank you. And then we'll move on to item J2. We'll have Sean Spicer back up for Spicer Consulting Group, Stacks. Thank you, gentlemen. So we'll have the Spicer Consulting Group Stacks Property Finder presentation, and we'll kick that off with a staff report from Elizabeth Gibbs.
Thank you, Mayor. So several months ago, City Council retained Spicer to be the city's special tax consultant. We went through a bid, contract was awarded. During the interviewing, Shane revealed that he had basically software that could reveal certain things about properties on a case-by-case basis. And through conversations with him after we retained him as our consultant, he put a team together and has created software that was, a couple months ago, previewed to the Financial and Audit Committee. He's here tonight to show the full council. It is publicly accessible, so this will go as a link on our website. It will launch sometime after the first of the year. And so we are very excited. We've been talking about this for not quite a year, but we're very excited to show the full council what Shane and his team have created.
Mayor, I need to ask a question.
Sure.
Is your software using Esri software?
It is, has an Esri platform associated.
Okay, so I'm going to recuse myself from this item. Since I work for Esri, I know I don't need to. I have approval from our city attorney as well as the FPPC, but just to keep some people out there quiet, I'm going to recuse myself on this one.
I don't think it's a conflict of interest, but I understand.
I agree. Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. White.
Where are the cookies?
There's cake, too. So before we turn it over to Mr. Spicer, I'm going to jump in and say something, and I often don't toot my own horn on this too much, but this developed from our Finance and Audit Committee, where we wanted to disclose to the public and help them understand our CFD taxes. And we had we hired a GIS analyst that was trying to go work on it, and then through Mr. Spicer's extra effort, above and beyond the contract that we have with them, that they put this together. And so I am very, very appreciative of the work that has gone in. And I think it will be a blessing to his company as I may be the first one out there that has this information as a city, and other cities that have new tract homes, have CFD Melrose taxes and so forth, can learn from our example. And so I wanted to give you some extra kudos on that before I forgot to mention that. But it was through Mr. Vanderpool and I where we talked it through our Finance and Audit Committee and worked it through. And then Spicer Consulting showed up and saved the day for us. So time's yours now. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, Council, staff. And thank you, Ms. Gibbs, for that introduction. You know, when Spicer Consulting was engaged in February, came to light that this was of utmost concern or desirable to get up and running. Coincidentally, right before that, I had actually invested in a GIS platform for my company, as well as I have proprietary software as well. So that's what powers this application. And so, be it as it may, I was able to, in pretty short order, pull together a great development team to do this while getting on board and pulling together the 60-plus CFDs and all the district data that goes along with that, and get my team up to speed so that we can actually get to the tax rolls, which were the most important, by August. All the while working with my team to develop this application, and I really appreciate the opportunity to present it here. And yes, you are the first to realize this application. I'm very proud of what we were able to pull together in fairly short order, and I'm hopeful that it'll be appreciated and recognized by your community. And to that point of invested in our partnership for what we plan to do to provide excellent service to your constituents in the community. So this is an honor to be able to be here and show you. So with that being said, what we are showing, and I don't know if it's showing on the screen, is the application of our software. It's a .NET application, and I'd be remiss to not introduce, or at least recognize, I have a few of team members on Zoom in case your questions get in a very technical nature and rise above my head, which wouldn't be very difficult. I'm a numbers guy, so software development is not my forte. So in speaking with Elizabeth and Jennifer about what we needed to get going, I brought together a team that included my database architect who developed our Stacks software, also a very well-experienced GIS consultant who also worked with Esri for a number of years to help with the GIS platform that we have, as well as I have my own staff who is also provides the GIS mapping that we do, and we did audit all of these districts prior to loading them to the application. So we had to be able to stand behind the information, and so we took great strides to make sure that the information is accurate and vetted, so that we're presenting to the community a very accurate software. And then also a application design engineer. For the database platform is Andrew, who also works with Jones Payne. I also have Tom Pattison with Prior IT. John Donahue with Donahue Consulting is the application designer, and Jack Curtright, who's also online, is my GIS consultant. So we began with putting together the structure to be able to provide the information that was requested, which would to include to the constituents the ability for them to search up their own property, know and understand their CFD tax amount, provide CFD information that would be available to help them better understand what their CFD included, the term of the tax that for their CFD that they're within, the prepayment information that the city provides to the community abroad, county tax bill information, as well as city CFD specific information that will provide enhanced disclosure as well. So with that being said, I'll just show you how this application works, beginning with searching by an address. So once the the citizen is able to access the application. And after this presentation, we'll be working with IT on getting a link set up on the city's website. We'll also provide a QR code that'll help so that if you're doing any promotional information there, you'll be able to provide that information with a link to launch the application so they can enter this information. So once they launch the application, to enter their property information, I have a few examples I'll run through to navigate the app. So, and I pulled these by random, so all of you are safe. So entering the address, for instance, you enter in the house number and then the street number. So, well, if I can spell. One of the things that we're also going to be working on to refine this is to have a auto-populate, kind of like Google Maps, where you start to type in an address. That's going to come out soon after we launch this, but we wanted to get this up and running as fast as possible. So that'll be something that'll help to avoid any misunderstanding on their addresses. So once you type in the search for by address, you'll get your property-specific information. So in this, it shows on this page the address, 1239 Catherine Court, and it also provides the PIN number. So the PIN is the property identification number that the county uses on your property tax bill. So I'll show you how that search function works as well. But so that if somebody has their property tax bill in front of them, they can also enter that in and pull up the similar information. So this shows the specific special tax information for this property. As you can see here, this is regarding only the CFDs that the city administers. And so we are showing here 2 CFDs on their property tax, the 93-1 Improvement Area 18 Services and Improvement Area 18. It also provides the fund number information. That's on the county tax bill in case they're looking at their line item detail. The special tax amount, that's specific to that fiscal year 23-24. So this is real-time tax information that's on their property tax bill. The maturity, also for each of these districts, we've included whether they are in perpetuity, meaning that they're going to see this line item for as long as services are being provided. And there are different types of services. There's a maintenance district and there's a public safety district. I'll show you what that looks like and a separate example. So below this special tax information is also some county parcel data information that is could be useful to understanding some of the makeup of the property, including the parcel number, situs, type of use from the county. This is all county specific information that we get every year. Land value, improvement value, so and then lot size. So this information, again, consistent with what would be on their property tax bill as it is the county's information that we are drawing upon. And then also a map showing the location of this parcel in proximity to the streets surrounding it so they can identify where they are on this street. Now, you'll notice that there are 2 hyperlinked district name line items here. So wherever there's a district that's shown, we also provide a link to another page where this will show the entire boundaries of the CFD that they're paying into. So for CFD 93-1 Improvement Area 18 Services, you can see that the boundaries abut Brookside Avenue and run all the way down to, Beaumont, Calamasa, the city boundary, I assume. So this is an example of the boundaries for that district. And you go back, you can see the same information for the other district. And in general, these district boundaries are going to be the same in most cases. But you'll find from time to time, some of them may deviate slightly or have a little bit of different boundary lines. But this at least, again, gives the homeowner that sense of what district is not the entire city. It's just this specific area that they're a part of called an improvement area within the city's CFD network. So going back to the first page, you'll notice we also have some information or some buttons up here that are going to help navigate the property owner to different information that is specific to this. We also have a little disclaimer stating that some of this information is available, is provided by the county. We're not liable or responsible for that information. What we are responsible for is the special tax amount and some of the information that we put in towards the disclosures. So first button here being the CFD information. So this CFD information, the city does a good job of providing a lot of information, but it's hard to get the community to see it. So this helps steer the community to access some more of the documents that have already been provided online by the city in the past, and help them get to some additional information. So going back. So tax bill information. So on this one, this launches the Riverside County Tax Collector's website and pulls up their specific parcel that is shown here. Now, ironically, the county is in the process of processing those tax payments that were due December 11th. So in reality, they're not showing a lot of the information that actually we are currently for the CFD, because they're in the accounting phase of their process. But you can still, as a property owner, find various information. And I'm going to scroll really quickly because this is somebody's property and this is a public meeting, where you load that property tax bill information and it will show you your address and some of that other additional information, but also some tax bill detail, and you can even click on here so they can get additional information specific to their parcel and all the various line items that are on that tax bill that they're paying towards. This also, as I mentioned, includes the city's CFDs and the ad valorem property tax. As you all may or may not know, there's the 1%, and then there's the additional GO bonds that are on top of that 1% that are part of the property tax bill. So this shows a breakdown that you would see in your property tax bill, but not everybody has the luxury of being able to really understand and digest that. As well as what we call the fixed line items shown here below, and their total tax bill and other county information. But again, this really helps the user get to that information. Oftentimes you say, well, look on the county tax collector's website. Can't find it, don't know where it's at. This actually gets them there immediately. So I think that's extremely helpful to provide that information. And then additionally, if the property owner is on here and they want to see a phone list, this is a phone list by fund number that can help provide them, if there's a line item we don't administer, then they can reach out to whatever agency that is putting that on tax bill and ask them questions. So they're able to get more than just city information by going to the tax collector website. But oftentimes when we take these calls, we'll also provide as much as we can to help them understand their property tax bill better. And then additionally, the prepayment information. So we're actually going to work on improving on this information that's being provided with staff to provide a more streamlined prepayment notice form. So instead of taking just to the website and the website identifying these steps and then having to find your CFD and then get your specific tax amounts that you could be prepaying, I want to provide a disclosure on front saying this is the process. It'll be a 2-page PDF that they could print, and they could get the information on what the steps are to apply for a prepayment calculation, as well as the supporting information, what that estimate might be. So currently, again, for right now, at least we can direct them to where the prepayment information is from the application and be able to pull that. But we're looking ahead at how we can improve on this process, and this process works very well, but we can get there quicker through the app. And then if they wanted to find specific prepayment information for their district, as you all may know, this is already available on the city's website, and then they can select a guide to help find that additional information. And this is what I was referring to improving on. So, and that pretty much completes the initial parcel review. I'll show you a couple examples of how to search for additional information. So a property owner, as I mentioned, can search by either address or by property identification number. So this is a 9-digit parcel number, and I'll pull up another one here. 428 120 017, and they can search. And again, provides a similar layout, shows the parcel, relevant parcel property detail. Again, will show, you know, the term of the tax, the district that's it's within, the improvement area it's within. And then all the other functions are working as well. And then one other question, what if this parcel, there was a parcel that isn't within the district, and I know closed session you had a parcel that was up for discussion, so I just grabbed that APN, and we can see for this parcel that if it's not within a CFD, there will not be a CFD information on the top here, but you can see, well, this parcel doesn't even show up in the map. But we do have it where the parcels are showing in the map. This one, it didn't seem to be pulling up right now. Just for information purposes, I actually was able to locate that on my phone. This application is useful with all mobile devices as well. So they can, with their QR code, launch the app and be able to search on their phone for their property tax information as well. And then finally, I think there was a question earlier about having a map with our information. And unfortunately, Councilman Wright is not here.
I think you have one too many zeros.
Did I? See, it tells you that when you don't find something. 6, 7, 2, 0, 5. And there's a map of CFD 21-1 that we just issued bonds on. So as was mentioned, we will be rolling this out after January, about January 1. I'm taking the next couple of weeks to fine tune a couple things so that we can make sure that this is as complete as can be. And then we'll again work with staff to get this up and on the city's website. And I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, before that, we'll jump. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, questions for council? Ms. White.
Once again, I just really appreciate you guys putting in this effort. I think that this is something that, as council members, we hear often. Why did it go up? You know, you guys are always doing things like this. So this gives us the opportunity to show them on the fly, like you said, with our cell phones. I appreciate the escalator information because it helps us explain why it went up over time, if it's a maintenance district, if it's public safety, and those sorts of things. So I think that the attention to detail was excellent. I think it's user-friendly and something that's easy to follow for our constituents. So I really just want to extend my gratitude and thanks for that. And also thanks to the Finance Committee for really kind of having this discussion as well and trying to be forward-thinking. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, I just want to again applaud you. The transparency it gives the community is really outstanding. And the clarity is, I like it's user-friendly. I do agree. I like how the maps come up and everything shows. My question, I guess I would ask is, I know probably the top question is, you know, how much to cost to pay it off and so forth. But the other questions that are being asked, is this covering that? I mean, I don't know what the public's asking. I mean, they ask, I'm sure it's a big range of things. Have you tried to incorporate everything? I mean, not everything, but, you know, most of that. Because when I show it to them, I'm going to want to say, hey, you asked this, here it is. I just don't know what that is. So, I mean, they're asking for map areas and they're asking for, you know, when my maturity is, that kind of stuff?
Right, and good question. And yes, we'd get all of those calls, and it made perfect sense when the committee came forward asking for what specifically is asked for. That's what we get. Those are the questions we get. How long is it? When does it mature? What's it for? And, you know, the basic information. I think this goes above and beyond what we get asked, and allows them an opportunity to do a little extra digging by getting them to the information, so they can even find out more than they maybe were wondering.
Yeah, no, I love it, and having a QR code to be able to spread out to the public for that outreach is great. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Mr. Laura.
Excellent job. I appreciate that very much. About 8 years too late, but no, thank you very much. The information is it's very user-friendly. It's very intuitive, which I really appreciate. Because I think even regardless of age, I think it's going to be really easy for folks to use and get that information at their fingertips. So thank you so much for that.
I appreciate that.
All right, Mr. Spicer, and I'll jump in and an extra thank you, and I appreciate the simplicity of it too. And City Manager Elizabeth Gibbs and I are going to be attending the East Valley Association of Realtors monthly meeting on January 10th to present this to our realtors, to help educate them, and we figure that will help, you know, spread the news as well. And for me, this stemmed back probably a decade ago. I was in the grocery store, and I overheard the cashier talking to you know, a customer coming in and said, "How's that escrow coming along?" And the gal dropped her head and said, "We fell out of escrow because someone didn't tell me about the special taxes that were associated with it." And so that was probably the fault of many people in that, real estate agents, escrow lenders, and so forth. But I think this is a great step forward on helping to educate the public, you know, of what we have and so forth. Unfortunately, Beaumont has a bad rap amongst the real estate community as it's a neighborhood of high taxes. Well, if you go to any neighborhood in Southern California, or California in general, that's a tract neighborhood built about 2000 and newer, they all have it. And so I appreciate, again, us being the first to be able to better disclose that and so forth. And an extra kudos on the phone app, because then I'll be able to then teach our other realtors how to pull it up on the fly, because when they come to Beaumont, I've learned they shop neighborhoods. And so you can compare one home in Sundance to a home in Fairway Canyon, to a home in Stetson, and so forth. And then that buyer can then make a better educated decision on where they want to purchase a home. And so thank you very much. Anything else? Or all right, appreciate it, Mr. Spicer. Thank you. And thank you your team for as well, and appreciate you guys being here just in case. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, and we can ask Mr. White to join us back. All right, there he is. Okay, and then we will be on to item J4. It's our fiscal year 2023 annual comprehensive financial report and report of internal control over financial reporting, and that will be presented by Lisa Leach.
Should be one of the tabs at the top.
Contraband.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'm presenting the fiscal year 23 ACFR and internal controls, and I wanted to start off by saying thank you to all of the city staff that participated in this, because this was a citywide effort. This wasn't just, you know, one or two people. This was all departments involved. So I wanted to say thank you to them. I wanted to say thank you to our finance department that had the heavy lift on this. And then especially Rogers, Anderson, Malady, and Scott, who is our accounting firm. I received many emails that extended to the latest one at 1:47 a.m. because of all their hard work and knowing we wanted to hit the deadline to be presenting again this year in December. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kick this off. We have Veronica here from Rogers. She should be on, and she's going to do a quick little presentation on what they do during their audit process, and then it'll come back to me.
Good evening, council members. I will share my screen real quick. You guys see that all right?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Veronica Hernandez. I am the audit manager on this engagement. Scott Mano is the partner. I'll be presenting today just a short presentation. City's responsibilities are to present the financial position and results of its operations fairly in conformance with generally accepted accounting principles, to adopt sound accounting policies, provide reasonable accounting estimates, establish and maintain internal controls, and to prevent and detect fraud. Responsibilities are to obtain reasonable assurance that those financial statements are free of material misstatements, examine on a test basis evidence supporting those amounts and disclosures, assess accounting principles used, estimates made, and evaluate the overall financial statement presentation, review the city's internal control policies and procedures, and present an opinion as to whether those are in conformance with GAAP. Our audit process consists of two stages. The first is an interim audit. So we update our understanding of the entity's internal controls. We review those internal control systems are in place and test controls over those cycles. A year-end field work is based on a sample audit of those financial records, inspect relevant documentation, make inquiries about policies, procedures, and transactions, confirm with third parties about balances and transactions, and perform analytical procedures. And ultimately, we compile the financial statement data with the help of city staff and develop our opinion. Our opinion is that the financial statements are fairly presented in all material respects. We issued an unmodified, otherwise known as a clean opinion. All significant accounting policies have been consistently applied. Estimates appeared reasonable and disclosures have been properly reflected. The key points to note is there was no disagreements with management, no material errors or irregularities discovered, no significant accounting issues discovered, and I also want to add that there was no internal control findings this year. That concludes my presentation. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Before we go to questions, do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, thank you. Any comments or questions from council? Mr. Martinez.
All I have to say is when you can go that smoothly, something's going right. So thank you so much. We appreciate that. You know, a unmodified, what's it called? Clean opinion is outstanding, and congratulations to your team, and thank you for the independent auditor. You know, they do their diligence looking through everything, and we take that with confidence and trust. So on behalf of the public, we really thank for everyone that was involved. So we appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Lara.
Yes, so is this the second one, no findings? Second year in a row?
Yeah, we had one on last year's, but it was to tell you that we had solved the years before finding. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sitting here and I'm watching this, and then thinking back where we were 8 years ago, which wasn't very, I mean, audits were, what, 2 years late, Councilmember Boyd? So it's great to see the dedication. So I appreciate all the effort and the work that's gone into that, and the awards that we're getting now. So it's kind of like from the one extreme to the next. So thank you so much for all the hard work. Keep it up.
Thank you. Anybody else, or I'll entertain a motion to receive and file?
So moved?
Did you want my presentation too?
Oh, there was another one.
I know
Yes,
it's getting
yes,
late,
please.
right?
Yes, please. Sorry about that.
Add to the good news.
Okay. Is it up? I don't see it up yet. There it is. Okay. All right. So this is the fiscal year 23 annual comprehensive financial report. And new to our report this year is we are able to display our certificate of achievement for fiscal year 22. So that is new to our ACFR this year. This is our third ACFR for the city of Beaumont. It provides a broader view of the city's financial position, and there are 3 sections: the introductory section, financial section, and statistical section. The introductory section consists of a letter of transmittal, the principal officers, and the organizational chart. And the bulk of it is in the financial section, which is the independent auditor's report, management's discussion and analysis, the government-wide financial statements, fund financial statements, notes to the financial statements, required supplementary information, and then the combining financial statements and schedules. The government-wide financial statements is a broad overview of the city's finances, similar to a private sector business. It is a long-term focus, and the activities are classified as governmental activity and business type activity. So the government-wide statement of net position is found on page 15 of the ACFR report, and it shows the city's assets, what we own, and as well as the city's liabilities as what we owe. So currently this year, or for fiscal year 23, the city assets consisted of $786,176,000. We owed $247,984,000, which gives us a city net financial position of $538,192,000. So the city's total net position change for fiscal 23 was an increase of $20,502,000. The government-wide changes in net position, these are just a couple little graphs to show you that the total revenues for governmental activities for fiscal year 2023 was $60,478,000, and the total expenses are $23,340,000. For the business type activities, the total revenue was $7,369,000, and you'll see a big increase in expenses, which is $23 million, and that's due to the disposal of the wastewater capital assets, which were replaced by the expansion project for wastewater. The fund financial statements, this shows you the fund accounting, which is used to control the resources that have been segregated for specific activities or objectives. We have governmental funds, proprietary funds, and fiduciary funds. These are near-term focus, and all funds fall into one of the 3 broad categories, which we have presented on the slide. The general fund operating results, they're found on page 23 of your ACFR. And the general fund revenues for fiscal year 23 came in at $63.9 million. And then the general fund expenditures are $44.6 million. And we had an overall decrease in the fund of $3.8 million. So how did fiscal year 2023 results compare to our planned budget? You can see on the slide that the total revenues over budget was $5.6 million. The expenditures came in below budget at $4.9 million. We had other funding uses over budget by $1.1 million. So there was an overall budget savings of $11.7 million. We plan to spend down of $15.6 million which resulted in only 3.887 of the spend down because we had increased revenues and that came in more and we had expenditures that were less. So the total fund balance at the end of fiscal 2023 was $41.7 million, and it is found on page 20 of your ACFR. But that does not mean the full $41.7 million is available to spend. So we have fund balance categories, which consist of non-spendable, items that cannot be spent because they are not in spendable form, restricted, portion of net fund resources subject to externally enforceable legal restrictions. This would be like our pension trust fund. Committed, which is portion of net fund resources constrained by limitations imposed by formal action of the City Council. We have assigned, which is portion of net fund balance reflecting government's intended use of resources. And then we're left with our unassigned, which is our available resources. So out of the total ending funding balance of $41.7 million, we have $30.7 million categorized as unassigned. From there, we must apply the city's general fund reserve policy. So the city policy states that 16% of annual operating budget for working cash flow, $5 million for our budget stabilization, and $1 million for emergency disaster. So our working cash flow would calculate out to $10.85 million, then our budget stabilization of $5 million, and our emergency reserve of $1 million. So the total reserves is $16.85 million, which leaves our available fund balance at $13.62 million. And then the last section of the annual comprehensive financial report consists of our statistical section, which provides financial trends, revenue capacity, debt capacity, demographic and economic information, and operating information. And that is the end of my presentation, and I'm here for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Lisa, and sorry about that earlier.
No worries.
Any comments or questions from council? Mr. White? No. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. And so at this point.
I do have a quick thing.
Okay, go ahead, Mr.
I just
Martinez.
wanted to mention, thank you for the popular report too.
Oh, you're
If I can have a
welcome.
couple of printed copies of that, I'd appreciate it. When I go around places, it's nice to
Absolutely.
to use that, but that helps the public, so I appreciate that. I didn't comment it on the consent, so thank you for that. And thank you for this is well set out. I learn something more every time.
Yeah,
Thank
it's appreciated. It's a nice, easy to understand
Yeah, it is.
format.
Good.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. So with that, I'll entertain a motion to receive and file.
Make that motion.
I'll second.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. Okay, thank you. And this, we're on to item J5, Professional Services Agreement with Mark Thomas for the Potrero Interchange Phase 2, CAP 2016-003, and a presentation by Mr. Robert Vestal.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor, Council. I'm glad that Finance went before me because I do have a need for $13.5 million.
Great timing.
Yeah. All right. Before I get started, there's a housekeeping issue. There's an error on the public service agreement that needs to be corrected. On the sheet 1, under agreement, item 2 of agreement, it says the services are for, I don't recall, it's incorrect, but it should reflect this project and not, I think it's a diff study. Yeah, so we'll take care of that before it's actually executed, if this goes through. All right, so in the staff report, list a brief summary of the design for Phase 1 and 2 of Potrero Interchange. Mark Thomas performed the design for Phase 1 and the previous design for Phase 2, which is approximately 95% as of 2020. The Phase 2 work was performed under a TUMF agreement with Pardee Homes, of which Pardee contracted directly with Mark Thomas. Phase 1 was currently under construction, concurrent with the design of Phase 2, and it appears that some of Mark Thomas's Phase 2 design efforts were redirected to solve Phase 1 construction challenges, issues, and ultimately ended up capping the Phase 2 design at 95%. In 2021, the city contracted directly with Mark Thomas to explore the removal of the 2 direct on-ramps. And on your screen, you'll see a graphic, if we could put that up.
Is that not what's on the screen?
Mhm. If you can imagine, Potrero Interchange.
Do you have the thumb drive? Robert, do you have the thumb drive on you?
I do.
Wait, really?
So I don't lose it.
Close the presentation. Yep.
I'm stuck. Okay, good, thank you.
I don't know which one he's using, so I'm gonna leave this.
Yeah, I got it. We got it. All right, I apologize for that delay. So in 2021, the city contracted directly with Mark Thomas to explore the removal of the 2 direct on-ramps in an effort to save construction costs. At the time, it was approximately $7 to $8 million. And those direct on-ramp are represented in orange on your screen. So by removing those, the city can save approximately 7 to 8. In 2023, that certainly has grown. I estimate about 9.5 to 10, but it really is hard to evaluate that at this stage. The analysis from Mark Thomas indicated that the partial interchange would operate at a level of service of C for a 15-year projection. Caltrans approved the removal of the ramps supported by the analysis. In 2022, Caltrans updated their standards, ramp design standards, and CAD standards. The previous 95% plans now have a much lower percentage complete due to the update in standards. Caltrans is requiring the plans to be updated to the new standards as well. They're not allowing the 95% plans to remain as is. So Mark Thomas has provided a scope to finish the design and take the project to the ready-to-list level. The cost for those services is approximately $2.7 million, including updating the plans to the latest standards, removing the direct on-ramps, updating a host of studies and reports required by Caltrans, and providing construction support services. On June 29th, 2023, the city was awarded $33.5 million in Trade Corridor Enhancement Program grant, which has strict requirements to obligate the funds by June 30th, 2025. The first major milestone, to obligate those funds is having a design completed prior to June 30th, 2025. Subsequently, there simply is not enough time to follow the competitive procurement procedure outlined in our municipal code. The city is at risk of losing approximately, or exactly $33.5 million of the grant and sustaining significant financial injury. Therefore, staff is recommending awarding the design contract to Mark Thomas using the public exigency exemption under Chapter 3.02.050 of the Beaumont Municipal Code. Funding for the contract will be paid through the Phase 2 CIP project, which utilizes previously allocated past zone tip TUMP funds. That concludes my presentation. Staff is available for questions. We also have a representative, Darren Johnson from Mark Thomas, that's also available.
All right, thank you. Do you have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, Robert, I've got a quick question for you. So on that map showing the intersection, the east and westbound hook ramps that are there, those are still accessible for traffic going either direction, north or south, correct?
I believe so. As currently shown, they are not, but I believe that we are reconfiguring the plans to allow a left-hand turn on those.
Okay, so an example then, if you are south of the freeway on Potrero heading north, you'll then be able to make a left-hand turn lane on the eastbound hook ramp and then be able to come around. If you look at the way the drawing is right now, it looks like it's curved to only facilitate southbound traffic, but that would be the change that you're referring to, right? Okay, thank you. Any other questions from council?
Just,
Go right ahead.
just to clarify, so phase one then, according to the report, is done. It says construction was completed in 2020. So we're talking about phase two, which is the design, and you're asking for 2.7 to remove the direct still and go with hook? Or we're not sure at that point yet exactly, but we're asking for that to finish the phase two design, at least.
Sure, as proposed tonight, it is to finish the plans without the orange ramp shown.
Correct.
There is an ongoing discussion about timing.
Right.
So in the staff report, you'll see at the very end, there is some language that is giving the city manager some flexibility in that if we need to pivot, we can.
Of course, and that 2.7 though would be covered whichever way you decide to pivot. That's my question. Or are you
Yes,
gonna come
I
back?
believe that the design fee would be marginally lower if we kept the existing plan. We just have other challenges to
Okay,
overcome.
but we won't need to see an increase in the design fee. That's my biggest concern. So the 2.7 will get you wherever you guys decide to go in the technicality part. Yeah. then
There-
you've got your
We've also
contingency
included
there,
a
so-
15% contingency fee just to account for that, where that gives the city manager the most flexibility to, make that decision immediately.
Exactly. Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, if I might, we have a meeting tomorrow with Caltrans, Mark Thomas and RCTC, Ann and Aaron. And some of this is gonna be flushed out. There's a differing of opinion on which direction to go. And with RCTC ultimately being the project manager on this project, it's important that they have say-so in what direction to go to finish the design.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Mr. Martinez?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem?
So, Robert, you've indicated that is it the change that's going to provide a level of service of C, or the existing 95% complete plans are going to provide a level of service, or will both?
Sure. I'm unclear on the as-shown condition, what level of service that'll provide, but the level of service C is specifically for the partial design, the omission or the removing of those orange ramps.
Okay. And right now, we could still go either way, with the original design or the new proposed design, which is estimated to save us around 7 million?
Yeah, that is correct. Both options are on the table.
Okay. And regardless, based on your staff report, either one is going to require to be upgraded, as far as updated to the 2020 plan? 2022 standards?
Yeah, that is correct. There's a substantial investment in bringing those plans up to speed. There's also, as I said in my presentation, a whole host of studies and reports that need to be refreshed, recertified, like right-of-way, environmental, all affected by the standards, regardless of whether or not we remove those ramps.
Okay. And all these reports they basically have to be updated. They were done once, and now they have to be updated regardless of design, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, the standards that change affect the geometry in minor ways of what you see there. So anytime you change the geometry, it has a whole approval process for that. It does affect the environmental right-of-way. There's still some questions on right-of-way that I think weren't resolved at the 95% plan as well, that have to be fleshed out now.
Last question. When I first looked at this number, 2.7, it seems like when you talk about plans that are 95% complete, it seems like it's a really large number. Are you comfortable with this number?
I am. Originally, the number was a little bit higher, so Mark can attest to me saying no, and then I'll fire you, and we'll go out to bid. But then RCTC came on board, and them having the knowledge that they have, looked at the number and concurred that it's reasonable. It's a reasonable number to carry the plans, because they're no longer at 95%. They were in 2020, they are much less now.
Okay. I'm sorry. And then the meeting tomorrow will determine which is going to be the most efficient way to go and which is going to be the best way to handle traffic. Traffic to me is going to be a critical aspect of this whole ramp, regardless of which way we go.
The meeting tomorrow is, quite frankly, which way to go to meet the deadline to get the 33.5 million. And that's our CTC's concern right now is we need to keep going and we need to keep moving forward, because if we miss a deadline, we lose that money.
Okay.
And so when I spoke with Ann, actually last Thursday, 2 Thursdays ago, before the workshop that we had when they came and presented, she said her exact words were the sooner you get Mark Thomas retained, the sooner we can all come to the table and sit down and figure out which direction we're going. She believes that high level, looking at it, we may need to keep going without the hook ramps. It's really about which way to go to meet the deadline.
Thank you.
Mr. White.
When you say that we may need to go without the hook ramps, then that means we're keeping the orange on-ramps and off-ramps still in the picture? I mean,
It would, correct, we would remove the hook ramps.
okay, so you would So you'd have to keep, is that the original design then? Is that what you're saying? We'd go back to the original design?
The hook ramps are not the original design.
Right. So what I'm saying is the hook ramps is the way to eliminate the on and off ramps that don't have a left turn across moving traffic, right?
No, even without if you eliminated the hook ramps, there would still be the need for left turn.
Can you bring that picture back up here?
Sure.
AV, can you bring the picture back up on the screen?
So if you get rid of the hook ramps, if you get rid of the hook ramps, you need the orange ramps, right? Am I missing this? So it is an either or, because there's no other way that I go, I go from south on Potrero to Moreno Valley without either getting on the orange ramp, right, or making a left onto the hook ramp.
You need one or the other.
Yeah. So the original design did not have the hook ramps, correct?
Yeah, no, you're looking at the original design, including the orange. That is the complete original design.
Okay, so you have both ways, but you couldn't turn left on these hook ramps to go across traffic when you had the on ramps, right? That's what Mr. Martinez brought up.
In its current design, with all the ramps shown, you do not need to make a left to get on either direction.
Okay, and I think we learned in our presentations of diverging diamonds that making that left onto a hook ramp is doesn't keep the traffic flowing as well as it does if you have the option where you don't have to make a left. So you don't have to stop there, you don't have to stop right there. People can just move on. So the benefit that we learned from the diverging diamonds is you don't want that left to go across. So my question is, maybe this is for the representative from Mark Thomas. My question is, to piggyback on what Mr. Lara, what Mr. Lara said was that the level of C that we're hearing was based on the first design, correct? So we're getting a level of C here, even though we have to make those left turns onto the hook ramps to get onto the freeway.
Yeah. The level of C is if you remove the orange from the screen, the direct on-ramps.
Okay.
Yeah, the
That
analysis.
just intuitively, that doesn't make sense to me, because we just talked about the fact that turning left on here is going to slow down the traffic.
Sure, just not to the extent beyond what the level of C delay is.
No, my thought is if you eliminate those left turns and you have the on-ramps, let's not talk about cost right now. Sure. If we do that this design where you don't have to make that left-hand turn intuitively is going to have a better level of service, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Not only a better level of service, but the efficiency of this intersection will be greater.
But you understand my question is that's including the orange ramps. I'm saying if you include the orange ramps, you don't have to make those left-hand turns. The level of service is going to be better than if we eliminate the orange ramps.
Sure. I don't have that analysis in front of me, but I do believe with those direct on-ramps, the level of service is lower.
Intuitively, it makes
performing.
perfect sense. I mean, it sort of looks like a diverging diamond without having to cross to go over the bridge. It's a shame that we're stuck in the same position we've been in with other historical projects where we're under the gun. We're sticking with somebody who we took from the start. So let me ask you this. You mentioned here the total project expenditure up to date on this is $11 million. But that's not all $11 million going to Mark Thomas, correct?
That is correct. And that was only for phase one, I believe in 2011.
And so, that was not all design, obviously, right?
No, that was with the, I forget the name.
So I guess, here, let me see if I can cut to the chase. What have we paid on design for this project for phase 2 with Mark Thomas? Do you know?
Sure, yes. 1.6, which is the TUMF agreement with Party Homes.
Okay, and that got us this design that we're looking at here?
That is right. There were.
Which the standards have to be upgraded. And the 2.7 million upgrades the standards?
It upgrades the standards, all of the certification, the reports, and as proposed tonight, removes the ramps from the.
So,
plans.
if we decide to go with this and not remove the ramps, are we still at 2.7 million?
I believe it would be lower, but not significantly.
Okay, I know that Mr. Lara's biggest issue has always been level of service, and I've always felt that in all these projects that we do, the level of service is D or F, and level of service D we've been accepting. So I think, I would seriously look at finding the amount of money we need to keep the orange ramps in here. That would be my thought. So let me ask you some other questions. When we hire someone to come and do design work, who owns the product of that firm?
The city?
The city has ownership of that product. So if the city goes to Mark Thomas at some point in the future, maybe we decide to go a different direction, maybe we have some legal liabilities with other partners or previous partners, we go to Mark Thomas and we request access to all of the materials that was created under our 1.1 or 2.7 million or whatever. That's our product.
There are certain proprietary items that would not be the city's,
Okay.
but generally the plans, most of the reports and the data would be the city's.
Okay, and if we build this project as is, or we redesign this project, and we run into issues with property owners that are building projects adjacent to this, and there's a concern over whose opinion is which opinion, is it in our best interest to have our design firm also working with the design firm of the adjacent property?
Generally, no, that presents some conflicts of
No.
interest.
Okay, but we have that in this case.
We do.
And we also have in this case the fact that, so let me ask you this, we did a competitive bid when Mark Thomas was brought in on the first time that we hired them. We did go to competitive bid on this project?
No. The original design contract was from a private entity contracting with Mark Thomas directly, Party Homes.
Okay. And so then when Mark Thomas became when it moved from Party Homes to Mark Thomas solely, we went to a competitive bid on that process?
No, the only time we contracted with Mark Thomas directly was for a modified traffic study. And I believe that contract has been satisfied.
And did we go to competitive bid on that one?
No, because the amount was lower than the signing threshold for the city manager.
Okay, and then in 2015, so we haven't gone to competitive bid for Mark Thomas at any point in the history of this project?
The records are inaccurate for me to say the original design consultant that did phase 1 was probably competitively bid. And Mark Thomas was a sub.
Sub, but not making the bid.
Yeah, not making the bid.
Okay. And just remind council, who may or may not remember the relationship we had with another design firm regarding our wastewater treatment plant. We started the process early on, and every step along the way, we increased our contract with them with no competitive bidding, and I continue to express my concerns that we are not getting the best bang for our buck. And now we're in a position like we were with the wastewater treatment plant, where we're up against a timeline. And we don't have, you're not giving us a whole lot of choices up here. There's not a whole lot of direction if we don't want to put the $33 or $35 million at risk. But I am concerned about the things I raised. Number one, this is never, as far as this council knows, none of us have approved a competitive bid process for this design work. I think we've had a little bit of history that I sort of alluded to without being specific regarding who owns material, who owns design product. And then the last piece is we are in a position, in my opinion, where we need to make sure that the design team that's working on our project, when we're spending the millions of dollars of taxpayer money, does not have a conflict of interest with other projects that are coming in. I know that we don't want to tell a firm that they can't do business for other customers, but I think at some point we should be able to say, you know, this is the project you're working on, and I've already heard from the other project, well, your design firm said this, and we don't know that that's what they said. We know what our design firm is telling us, but we don't know what our design firm is telling someone who else may be in a situation where at some point we're at legal liability because we have to go through some kind of legal activity. So because of the time frame, I recommend that we stick with this. We're going to get a better level of service. We find the other $7 million. I mean, we're being told that we have money that we could change and move over to make sure that we don't lose the RCTC money. And regardless of what the rest of the council does, I will hold my nose and vote yes on this one. Thank you.
Mr. Vessel, I've got a question for you too then. So if we eliminated the orange ramps now, what's the likelihood of being able to add that later? Any level of service is better than what's there now. There's nothing. But then two, by eliminating that, does it slow down the design, or by not eliminating it, does it slow down the design process too much that it puts that $33 million grant in jeopardy?
Sure. So for your first question, I think at any time, those ramps could be added, and the likelihood that they would be needed at a later date is very high. At the horizon year, which I believe is 2045 in this particular instance, the partial design without the orange ramps operates at a level of C. But in 2045, the main line operates at a level of service, I think, F. So you'll have inherent offloading conditions from the freeway itself being backed up.
Potentially back up,
Yeah.
okay.
With, I'm sorry, can you repeat your second
Yeah, and
question?
then so the second question then being is, if we leave the design the way it is, does that jeopardize, does the work involved to finish that jeopardize the $33 million? Is that why it's brought up, or?
No, I don't think it does. I think there's a broader conversation with RCTC and Caltrans about what the impacts of those two designs are. So Mark Thomas believes that either design can be made to achieve our goal of being ready to list by June actually by February of 2025. I think leaving the ramps may be an easier solution, but again, it's part of a broader conversation with RCTC that has way more knowledge behind them.
Okay, and then I want to dig back to a comment you made earlier. You mentioned that it would be about 7 million, but that was previously, and you talked about it could be 9+ with today's dollars. Is that correct? Or future dollars adjusting by the time they get to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was just a simple calculation using the construction cost index. I think it was 9% for the majority of those years.
Okay, and then any, Okay, so we'll go to Mr. Martinez and then back to Mr. White.
Yeah, just a quick comment. So I do agree that we don't want to cut corners. Remember, this is our industrial part of the city. So we're going to have the big trucks there for sure. And now you have your housing on the other side. And a lot of those are going and taking that to go east or west. So, I agree with Mr. White. I think we need to make sure that we consider that now, because there is never a later. We're barely scrambling to get this now, so I don't see us getting money later to try to put those ramps in. So I'd rather spend the money now and find it to make sure, because it's a part of the design, and it was designed for that, concept, and move forward with that. So I do support that, but Mr. White did bring up some things that we probably need to discuss at a later time. And we can go talk about agendizing that and seeing how we want to look at some of the contracts and so forth. But this is not the time for that. But I'll support this at this point.
Okay,
Exigent, definitely.
Mr. Good? Okay, Mr. White?
So first of all, I want to thank our city attorney for giving me some latitude there. But good. I just want to impress upon the council, when we got the money for Potrero, we all recognize that the benefit to our community that this will make. It will take all of the, in my opinion, and if we complement this with some truck routes, it will take all of the traffic that's coming from south of the 60, where all of our industrial development is, and it'll give them no reason at all to impact our city by going through downtown, getting off at Ville, making those crazy turns. It also keeps them completely out of the life of these people who live north of 60. And I think that if we cut corners on this, that we are not doing a service to our community. This needs to be done, I think, in the way that provides us the best level of service now, and also, as Robert brought up, I believe that what he's telling us is that at some point the level of service is going to be back to an F.
It is.
And that's when we would need to reconsider bringing in the orange ramps. And I don't know why we would not take care of that now. And I think that if we look at our CIP and we look at the projects that we prioritized, that with moving some money around, we can find $7 million, we can find $9 million. And if we're short a few million, we can go to our legislators and pick that up. But I think we need to stick with the original design that has the orange and doesn't make the left turns on the hooks. And I will not speak again on this.
All right, thank you. Ms. Lloyd?
Just to be clear, the discussion that we're having today is to award Mark Thomas to design the Phase 2 project, not necessarily debating whether or not the ramps will stay or not. Because as I heard it, if they stay, as we've heard multiple times, and I agree, they need to stay, it may actually be less. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. Potentially. You can plug your ears.
And I'm not trying to negotiate necessarily for it to be less, but I just want to understand what we are voting on today so that I can make the most informed decision when I'm moving to make the decision. And so regardless, it's not whether we are giving direction, I think, from up here and making comments that we do want these ramps, but really today it's to decide whether or not we move forward with awarding the contract.
There is some built-in flexibility in this award by giving the city manager up to 15% contingency, by including in the staff report some language that says, it may change. So I think as written, there's great flexibility in your, if you were to approve this item. So I'm not sure how staff and maybe the city manager can respond to this. I'm not sure how we would be able to force those ramps to be there when we are meeting with RCTC and Caltrans.
So what I'd like to do is take all of the concerns from council, particularly the level of service not being D or F ever, and take those concerns to RCTC and share with them and Caltrans. This is Beaumont's position, and this is what we want to see, and this is going to directly impact our constituents. And so we need to get there. And what I'm hearing from council is if we need to program more money to get there, then we'll come back to you and ask, and present that. But until the meeting tomorrow where everybody is at the table and RCTC and Caltrans are sharing, their expert opinion, I think it's difficult for Robert and I to say one way or the other. And so what I'd like to do is come back on the 16th of January at your next meeting, and we will give you an update on the meeting tomorrow and the direction that we are tentatively going, with the understanding that we're going to share Beaumont's concerns with the level of service for this project.
I would like to thank you for that, because I definitely appreciate that. I would like to echo, though, some of the sentiments that Councilmember White stated today. I feel uncomfortable with the fact that I don't have the ability to review a bid and for this to go out to bid. I feel like I've been put in this situation twice now since I've been on the council, and I don't want to be in that situation. So, and I don't, I'll speak for myself on that. But, I think, I know this one's difficult because we didn't expect to get awarded, necessarily the funds in this way. But, if we can continue to just keep that in the forefront, because I think it's our responsibility, representing the citizens, that we are doing due diligence to make sure, we are accountable to their funds. So I just really wanted to make sure that that was heard clearly as well.
And I agree with you. Executive Director Ann Meyer called me when I directed Robert to basically shut this down and go out to bid. And she called me and said, I need to talk to you. This is important. In essence, it's not just about going out to bid to finish the 5%. It is going out to bid to start over. And that's exactly what would happen, and that's what she shared with me. She offered to come and speak tonight, and I told her no. It goes back to the timeline and trying to get to the finish line so that we can hand this ball off to RCTC. I'm not comfortable, after everything the city's been through, I'm not comfortable awarding a $3 million contract without a bid. It has, concerned me gravely. But I think in this case, and Councilmember White touched on this, our hands are tied, unfortunately, and this is not where we want to be. This is, in any bidding or in non-bidding. So.
Appreciate it. That's all I had.
Mr. White?
Yeah, so just to clarify, you are not able to bring us back what we need on January 16th without us putting our design firm in the room with you tomorrow, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Nicole, do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, and I think we're at the point where we'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to award a professional service agreement to Mark Thomas for Potrero Interchange Phase 2 project in an amount not to exceed $2,724,388, and authorize the city manager to amend the professional service agreement with Mark Thomas up to an additional $408,658.
Mayor, before I second that, I just wanted to correct the numbers that Mike read. It's 2.72 million, not 2.27 million. Just for the record.
Okay.
$2,724,388. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I will second that motion.
Vote, please.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura?
Yes.
Mayor Finn?
Yes. All right, thank you, everybody. And on to item J6, adoption of an updated strategic communications plan for years 2023 through 2026. And we'll hear from our Public Information Officer, Julie Van Hook.
Let's start there. Good
There you go.
evening. I'm good. Yeah. So Mayor and City Council, today I'm here to present to you the 2023-26 Communications Strategic Plan. This is a revision of the 2018 council-approved plan from several years ago. And I'm bringing you a revision because, number one, it's good to dust off after 5 years, but we have new council, we have new goals, fresh eyes, and some of the items that were in the previous plan were achieved, and some of them are not really relevant anymore. So it was a good time really to revise it going forward. And so with that, I just want to preface our conversation this evening that the plan isn't a step-by-step manual, but it's really a guide. And, with the idea that communication is an art form, right? It should be nimble and adaptive to the needs of our community. So with that, I will give you a brief high-level overview of the plan. So I'm going to walk you through a couple sections of the plan I just want to bring awareness to. So the plan in of itself is supposed to really provide you a full picture of communication coming out of the city of Beaumont, right? Not just a snapshot of the tactical component, but really all-encompassing, so you get a really good picture, and anyone who's reading the plan has a good idea too. So the mission statement really of the PIO office is to be that best source of information, right? And creating compelling and effective messaging is really meant to foster public engagement and trust, and really build up the knowledge of the stakeholders that we serve. So that's the mission there. I'm going to bring you to a couple pages in. I'll bring you to the communications team, which is found on page 989 or page 4 of the plan, 989 of your packet. And so the communications team is, far more than just the city's PIO, right? We have you all as elected officials, right? The mayor, we have our executive team here, right? We have city manager, deputy city manager, the PIO, chief of police, and then we have some positions too that serve in a capacity that have outreach just naturally tied to the duties of their position. So with that, I want to bring you into one section that was a really good practice for me, being 3 months brand new, is our communication methods, and that's listed on page 7. We have a lot of methods. I like to call them channels of information. It's our way to funnel information to the public, and so we have lots of channels there. Many are digital, but many are not. So we have lots of channels of communication, such as our digital board outside. We have, or the message board, right? We have guides that we print. We're going to be printing our new city magazine this next quarter. So we have lots of ways that we communicate that are outside in a way of digital communication. And what that allows for is really having a layered approach, right? Because audiences are tailored, right? So my parents read the newspaper. I don't necessarily read the newspaper. Some people go to social media, right? So when you have a layered approach, and so you funnel information in a variety of ways, you're going to hit the maximum reach, which is really what we want, right? We want effective communication, but we want them engaged. And so really good that we have all of these channels at our fingertips. So I'm going to bring you now to the tactical plan. This is what I like to call the meat and potatoes of the plan. And so I met with all of you. This is page 11. Appendix A. I met with all of you individually. I've listened, to the public, their concerns, and the concerns that have changed over the last 5 years since the last plan. Met with my colleagues here as part of the executive team, and so this tactical plan, Appendix A, is really reflective of that. And so the objectives that you see in each of these items are actually out of the city's strategic plan. So just wanted to note that there, that the communication efforts are there to uplift, right, the overall arching goals of the city. The Appendix A are tactical plans, 3 main components: internal and external communication, crisis communication, and media relations. With that first section being the bulk, right? The internal and external communication, right? We want to build institutional knowledge here within the city, right? We want our employees to be well-versed in all the programs and services coming out to the public, right? So when they're stopped or asked, right, they have information at hand, and that increases public trust and confidence. And so we're working on that. We launched a monthly internal newsletter. We have some other items internally that we're working on, such as an intranet site, which is a partnership with IT that will serve in a communication forum, but serves other things, right? Externally, we have some needs, right, to communicate, whether that be traffic or construction updates, and we have things already in play for that, and I'm working with Robert on that, for push notifications to the public, kind of an opt-in approach, right? Ensuring our website is updated, easily accessible in plain language. And those are all earmarked in there. You guys should see tactics and kind of like a timeline, right? And even some suggestive comments there as far as the status. The second section of Appendix A is crisis communication. I have that earmarked in Appendix C, in which I'll be drafting a plan that I anticipate bringing to you next fall, 2024. And so crisis communication, is something you have to plan for, right? Because in a pinch, right, you need to have all your tools in play. You need to know what you're going to communicate, when you're going to do it, how you're going to funnel that information, and that builds trust, So I have to do some groundwork there with my colleagues, and and as our tools increase here within the city, right, and ensure that we have those. And so the same kind of tool that I mentioned that we'll be utilizing for construction updates and road closures, we can cross-utilize for crisis communication, which is great, right? And that's separate and aside from the EOP plan that you all approved. I believe you approved from the police department, which is an emergency operations plan, but it's supposed to supplement it, right? I don't see them working in silos. If there's a crisis, right, there's a crisis communication plan that'll work with that. The last section of Appendix A is media relations. 2 main areas of focus, right? We have our local media, our regional media, right? Ensuring in both aspects that we're responding to them timely, right? They have accurate information, they're reporting accurate information, which is part of that fact kind of checking component on my side that I'm doing, right? To ensure that the information they're pushing out to the public is accurate. Also identifying media stories that are well suited for a regional basis, and you guys saw that through the ABC7 feature of Shadow Creek Park. And so continuing to do that, right, because media is a great outlet to communicate to the public. The last section that I'll be covering is Appendix B. It's the last page, I believe it's page 24, 23 or 24. That is the city's digital strategy, and it is the city's primary form of communication. And so it's, the least cost-effective, right, or the most cost-effective. It's readily at our hands, but I want to preface that conversation that with that layered approach, it's not going to be our primary form of communication, right? And so that's where the effectiveness comes in, right? If we're shooting something on social media, we're going to shoot it in another way, right? And then there's some guidelines there with frequency and the types of platforms that are listed in that digital strategy, but those are guidelines, right? I'm not, we're shooting for them, but sometimes we'll exceed those post frequencies, right? And sometimes we may be a little bit less, right? And it's just a guide, it's, baseline. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. And I'll take any feedback or comments.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, questions for council? Mr. Martinez.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Couple of quick questions. So on your digital strategy for the main website, you show weekly frequency, but we have the parks website and we have economic development website.
Right.
So are those all considered the main website, or do you have frequency goals that are different for those two websites?
You know, that's a really good question, especially with them being redirects. We'll have to work with staff, but
Okay.
I anticipate, as updates are needed, right, we'll be making them.
And it brings me to the next question about being synchronized. So, with all of the different websites, we could have a tendency of having one say something that contradicts something else. Do we have a webmaster, or is there someone are you the webmaster?
Yes, but
Are
by
you self-proclaimed?
by default, and I'm working on that, just so you know too, that whatever's being housed in one section, or not the direct landing page for the public, that we ensure that it's on that landing page, right? That they don't have to, go through clicks to find the information, and that's effective messaging. That's what that is, right? Get them right where we want them to see it first.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate the aim for the public best interest. Keeping them engaged is a very, big part of our strategy, informed and engaged, and I think this is going to do both. So I appreciate that, and thank you for dusting it off and cleaning it up. It's very good. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. White? Oh, it looked like your light was on. I'm sorry. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you for the update, Julie. I appreciate that. Going through your presentation, there's some things that I didn't realize that we offered. So I was just wondering if there's a way to bring everything together so that you can, I guess, select how you want to interact with the city. Because there are a number of options, which is good. But there are a lot of options that, like I said, I wasn't aware of that were available to us. So if that's possible, that'd be great. You referenced the TV channel in here. I don't know that we have one, do we?
So I believe so. I believe we do. It's channel 32 of
We
Frontier.
do have a channel?
32 on Frontier.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Like I said, I wasn't aware of a lot of this stuff. So, and then would a city app work for communication as far as maybe not where you could go for like the one-stop shop type of a thing where you're so as a Councilmember Martinez referenced, you got economic development, you've got our Beaumont PD, you've got, so there's a number of different locations for information, but it doesn't appear as though there's like a one-stop shop. Maybe I'm missing that, but just questions or to see if that's possible or if an app would work in that instance or if it doesn't work. But I mean, I appreciate all the ability for people to communicate with us and for us to communicate with people, because it's one of the things I also get outside of traffic is, I don't know how to get, the meetings online. I don't know how to get on YouTube, or I don't know how to do this, or so just simpler ways to find what information we want to be, available to us, so you're not bombarded with things that you don't want as well.
Right.
Well, thank you very much for the update. I appreciate that.
Sure.
That's all I have.
Mr. White?
Yes.
I see the light on now.
I do. I was waiting for Mike as well. So I agree. I don't remember. I guess it was 5 years ago, but I don't remember the 2018 communication plan as well. I'm guessing there's a lot of new stuff in this one compared to that one, but I'm also guessing that you sort of use that as a starting point, as a guide. So I think it's a great. I think you've done a good job here. I think that it's important that we have someone with your experience in this role. I think that's very important. However, I don't think the first thing when I looked at this, because of what I've been hearing recently, and I get my ears chewed off a number of times from people in downtown, is that the comment I heard recently was you guys have talked a lot over the last 2 years about what you're going to do downtown, but nothing's happened. And we set aside $1 million for lighting. I don't know why the lighting would have to wait, to this point. But I don't see, when I went into the plan, I looked for the word businesses, and it's only in here twice in the 24 pages, maybe 3 times. And I think we need a communication plan to our businesses directly. I think one of the issues that I've learned from them that is a transparency issue, and I understand the process of bringing in new businesses and having new businesses go through the process of buying a building, submitting their plans, working back and forth with the city. And this is something that I have had an issue with for a number of years, and I don't come from the public sector. I come from the private sector where you get things done because you have to financially. And when you have business owners coming in and setting aside their money to open their business, that when it takes them a lot longer to open it and they're paying for rent or mortgage on the property that they have, they're losing that money that they've set aside. And when I start to talk to them and find out what the issues are, why are they not opening, what's going on, a lot of it is the back and forth and between the city and the business. And I understand, because a number of these projects I've brought up in the past, I won't name the businesses, but they call me and they say, I can't get my business open. I go to the city and I say, why can't we get the business open? And I would say most of the time we find out it's not necessarily the city's fault. The city may be moving as fast as they can, and in a couple of cases the business wasn't being honest with me in their ability to bring in their planning documents when they need to be. But I think we need to get a better communication with our businesses. It doesn't need to be an open, transparent communication plan telling the world why this business is not opening. But when I go to the business and they say, well, they want me to put in sprinklers, or I got to redo the entire building for earthquakes, and that may not be the real case. But I think if we had the kind of communication with our businesses that said something like, okay, we've done step 32, and now it's in your ballpark to do step 33, and continue to move forward that way. And I'm sure that in some way we do that, but we have businesses coming into Beaumont who want to do business here, and they're not going to be giving us a good name to other businesses to follow. And whether or not it's the city's fault, I talked to Mr. Laura about this recently, and he came up with the idea of like a concierge, someone who works as a go-between between the people who have to follow the planning rules and have to get the plan checks done, and the business who feels like they're just struggling and can't get anywhere. And we need someone to go in between. And so I was hoping that the communication plan could be updated to include some kind of piece that is directly working with the businesses and giving them a little bit more information, so that when they tell me, well, it's reason A that this is failing, if they've been told it's reason B, then they're telling me something that doesn't help me help them. So that's the only problem or concern I have about this, is I really would like to see some business to city communication plan in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Foyt?
Well, thank you. I definitely appreciate all the hard work that went into creating this. I liked, obviously, the traffic push notifications and kind of a focus on that. The local crisis plan, I think, is super important. And I also wanted to highlight that I read that you've been meeting with department heads or going to department meetings. So I really appreciate that component. And I think down the lines of what Councilmember White is discussing, it's really figuring out a way to have business advocacy, or who is the business advocate that maybe they have a point of contact to. I think that would help us to direct them to a specific person that's able to do that. And is that liaison that maybe isn't necessarily involved in economic development, but could be that liaison that's in between kind of everybody there. So I think that's an excellent idea that you two have, kind of contemplated over. I think it's a great idea. I really do. I think it's something that's important and would help with the transparency, and something that I think comes out of just strict information. Even if you were to figure out a checklist for a business, right? I'm sure you guys have something similar to that already, but how do you put that up on the website? Or how can we direct people maybe to that point? Or what does a timeline look like? What's an average timeline? What's the expectation? So, maybe kind of being more transparent along those lines from a public perspective. That obviously wouldn't hang us to dry. But all in all, I think being able to update our communication plan is important, and I appreciate this work, so thank you.
And if I can add some input to it. So I like the app that we have for the city, and there's some good information there. And I know that the website's going to be gone through page by page, link by link, and so forth. But what I'd like to add to that is some additional effort towards the app. I think as our existing population ages out, we're going to get more and more folks that are mobile phone related and getting their information. And so I think it's great. We have the news section in the app where you can click on it, and there's bulletin, social, and the media, different tabs that you can click on for info. So I think that's great. But one thing that I noticed that we're lacking is the calendar. So there's a calendar function, which is great. And so I jumped to January, and the only thing that's listed in January so far is New Year's Day, and we have a big event on the 20th with the Veterans Day Expo. We have a job fair going on at the same time. So things like that it may take a programmer to do it, so we don't have to do the manual input with staff every time. But if it goes on the calendar on the website, then it automatically gets fed to the app. And I know that with website programming, that if someone's looking at a website on a phone versus a computer, there's a different way to format those. But the app being completely separate, it's relying on the data coming from somewhere else. And so it may involve someone else other than you, Julie, to help make those connections in the programming factor. But then from your department, the oversight of what have we've got coming to the city, and is that information then being presented? And so I think the app could be focused on in the plan that stay updated and so on. I think it's great, and there's neat stuff in there. The titles are government, report and issue, utility billing, news, calendar, parks and recreation, where's the bus, emergency preparedness, and the police department. I think it's well covered there. It's just as you go through each thing, I think we can modify that and make that a little bit better. And as the app gets better, then I think then we can then promote that with our posts and so forth. Hey, whatever we do, download the app, and get the information. And if that's nice and solid, where there's no dead ends with it, I think that will engage folks and so forth. And everybody lives by these things nowadays. Any other comments from council? All right, I think you've got a bit to work with. And any questions back for us, or you got good direction?
Good direction, thank you. So I just take the direction and they vote on it as is, okay, just for confirmation.
Okay. And then would we expect to see an update coming back just as a file, a receive and file, or?
To clarify, you want Julie to make the changes that we've talked about tonight and then bring back an updated policy for formal adoption?
I would like to see that, council, yes?
Okay.
Yes, thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, with that, we are on to item J7, discussion and direction on the community benefit fee in the policy on land use and sensitive receptors. That's our plus policy. And we'll have a staff report by Christina Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. As stated before you this evening is a request for discussion and direction on formalizing the community benefit fee portion of the existing plus policy. So as you all recall, throughout 2022, we worked on drafting this plus policy. It was presented and subsequently adopted in the fall of last year. Part of the plus adoption process was a discussion on the community benefit fee. And at that point in time, we were very early in the process of trying to decide how we wanted to structure the program or the policy. And so initially we had thought that we would go with sort of a nexus study similar to the other type of fee programs that we have in place here in the city. And so that's what's reflected in your staff report there, the current language, which basically discusses establishing a fee based on a nexus study subject to AB 1600. Since then, staff has done a fair amount of research and looking into what other cities are doing and talking to different developers as well to see, what they're being asked of in other cities. And we've had the opportunity to look at a few projects that, although not specifically subject to the plus, in theory, the type of project would be subject to the plus, and then work through this process through the development agreements that are mutually entered into by a developer and by council. And so at this time, staff is recommending that we modify the current position in the plus policy to move away from a formalized nexus study, which would essentially be very similar to what we have in our diff fees or our other fees that we currently assess on projects, and move to more of a voluntary programmatic position where we would remove a reference to a fee based on a nexus study, and instead we would request participation and negotiate on a per project basis. And then the funds, this would allow the funds that are collected to be used by council for any number of projects that would benefit the community on a much wider scale, as opposed to being directly linked to a specific project or set of projects that are in a nexus study. This also gives more latitude for negotiation as far as how we would collect a fee, or if it was some other sort of benefit that was provided in the form of a project or whatnot. Council would then have the ability to, again, negotiate that on a per project basis between the developer and staff and council, as opposed to just having a specific defined set of projects that we could not deviate from. So I've included in the staff report as attachment A is the existing plus policy with red line form on the community benefit portion. No other changes at this time were proposed to the plus policy, but the red lines show what changes to the wording in number 2 of that section would be requested. That concludes my presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions, entertain discussion.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, questions from council? Ms. Voigt?
Yeah, I think the plus subcommittee, and staff for having the discussion regarding this. I appreciate reviewing it on a per project basis versus kind of a one-time deal. So I think that gives us opportunity and is definitely something that I appreciate. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that I think this gives us a little bit more of an ability to be creative, for kind of a lack of better terms, on what we're looking to ensure that the community is benefiting from through mitigation, and other ways around that. So thank you for that.
Mr. White?
Okay. So, as I'm sure none of you would be surprised, I already got a call from the logistics industry last night about this item, and had a nice long heated discussion. And so let me back up with some of the things that I heard from them or from their representative. Let's start with the first argument that was made to me was that why do we need a community benefit? Why do we need to do a study for a community benefit when we have already put everything into our CIP and we've done a nexus study to get our diff for the CIP, which is correct, right? So when you do a study to determine what the diff is going to be for projects coming forward, you're looking out a certain period of time, 10 years, 15 years. Is that normal? So if we look out 10 to 15 years and we talk about some of the projects that we know are on the timeline, we may have a project that's, just hypothetical, $30 million square feet of warehouse. And we're basing our diff on that 10 or 15 year timeline. And we're assuming there's going to be X amount of impact from the projects that are coming forward. And then we divide that up by each project based on what their share of the impact would be. So if we do a diff program taking into account something like a 30 million square foot warehouse project, and that project never comes through, and they're not paying their share of the diff, then we don't have enough diff to mitigate all the other impacts because we counted on that big project coming through. And so that concerns me that we won't have the ability with, if we go with, so let me jump over a little bit here. So the red line here, down here, the paragraph that starts the red line talks about warehouse distribution, logistics, e-commerce, and other similar types of industrial development. Does that mean that we're not going to do a community benefit on residential development or other non-industrial type of development?
So that has not been discussed yet by this council. We would have to entertain that discussion if that was council's direction. This plus, in the form that it sits now, was purely discussed as an intended to apply to industrial, logistics, e-commerce, warehouse type developments.
Okay, and the negotiating on a voluntary basis is where I start to get a little bit concerned, because you may have a project that one similar, I believe, is coming our way that there's really not a whole lot of mitigation they need to do. And their environmental is good, they're zoned in the right place, and so we don't need a development agreement to get a community benefit out of that project. So that is a concern that I have there. So I would seriously consider looking at doing some kind of study that takes into account how we can codify some kind of community benefit rather than make it a negotiation process at this point. I did get some good information that I think we all need to keep in mind besides what I just told you about the diff. And this was brought up in I think it was Planning Commission. I watched one of the Planning Commissions, and a gentleman got up and explained to us that right now, and I heard this also last night, that right now this area is one of the hottest areas for development. And one of the big reasons is because all the development that's been done west of us has become more and more expensive to do because the communities are pushing back harder and harder as you start to build more of the distribution centers. And so they start to move east, and they get lower cost projects. And then as those, if they can't find a way to work within our guidelines of what we want, I think we have made it clear that by doing the plus, we're not opposed to industrial coming here, but what we are opposed to is industrial coming here and not paying what we need to make sure that our community has that benefit. But if we are in a position where we continue to push back and say, that's not enough, we need to renegotiate, then at that point, they're going to move further east, which is not a problem. I'm sure many in our community would say, yeah, I'm happy if the warehouses are built out in the desert. But the problem that we have here is that if we can do it right, we can find $9 million we need for the Potrero interchange by, in working with the projects coming in. And at some point, when the cost here is too high and they're moving east, we will have missed our opportunity to get the benefit that we need to get to fix our traffic transportation. So in some people's real world or wish world, the entire logistics industry skips over the pass and goes out to the desert. And then I come back, hopefully if I'm still alive, in 15 to 20 years, and our traffic has never been fixed. And I think we're missing an opportunity if we don't do this right. So I really think that I would want to talk more about whether or not we do a study to come up with community benefit. This is why I brought up the road and bridge project. I brought up the EFDs. So I think we've got to move and find other funding sources, because our DIF is not going to cover everything if a 30 million square foot warehouse project falls out. And again, I'm not saying I want a $30 million square foot warehouse project, but I'm saying we're basing we're planning our budget on that coming in, and it may or may not ever come in, and our community may not want it, but then we fall short of being able to fix our traffic problems. And so that's thank you, Mayor.
Sure, thank you. I've got a question a lot what Mr. White brought up in reference to stuff that's accounted for in our CIP. Do we look at potential projects or land to be annexed to be accounted for in that CIP? We do not, I would assume, correct?
Yeah, we don't plan for annexations. We in the general plan, we account for potential development throughout the life of the general plan. So about 2040 is what our general plan projects out to. But from a budgeting standpoint, we don't count on things, projects or properties being annexed in.
Okay, and I don't want to single out a particular project, but then if there's something with annexation that needs to happen in order to make that project a reality, this gives us more leeway for a bigger ask of them, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. And I do agree with some of what Councilmember White said, but part of the concern that I have is if we do a study and then we hire a consultant and then we put together a program, half the warehouses are going to be approved and in here. And then we're going to end up with truck traffic all over the place, just like we have car traffic that doesn't have the proper infrastructure. Because what happens is the warehouse will pay a portion of an improvement, but just like you saw with the Gateway project, they paid their fair share, but it didn't increase capacity anywhere. And so you've got a nice warehouse with nice signal lights, and traffic still sucks. That's the concern that I have. I'm not anti-warehouse, but you ask them what they want to pay, they're going to pay the minimum, which is going to be traffic level D. And then they'll be gone. And then we'll be stuck with D. So I went through this, and I'm wondering, looking at this, and I think, obviously, I did more than probably what you were anticipating, so I apologize ahead of time, but projects that are outside the city sphere, I think should have a different program because they want to annex into the city. And so I think we have more leverage, I guess, if you will. So I just would like to maybe consider looking at that differently so that those who want to annex are going to try to help facilitate some of these improvements, some of this infrastructure that we desperately need. So I'd like to look at that. One of the things is, as you read through this policy, I like the policy and I like the direction that it's going, but one of the key elements to me is that I see is enforcement. We need to have a plan to enforce it because kind of like our truck roads are, right? If we don't enforce it, we know they're not following it, and so it doesn't go anywhere. It's just on paper. So we need to look at that. And I have here. I have under analysis, item 5. I'd like to include a level of services C. I don't know if we can do that or not, but we've got to start looking at improving the level of service to help move this traffic along. Let's see. In the same section, economic impact study. One of the warehouses that I looked at, promised, they were gonna do they promised that it was gonna be a, I forget the term that you use when you buy online and they sell from.
Like a fulfillment center.
Fulfillment center, right? But yet, the actual warehouse had no tenant. It could have been just boxes and no fulfillment center, but they were selling fulfillment center. So I'd like to make sure that we do either best case and worst case scenario and do them both and average them out. I don't know, but it's got to be a realistic, especially if it's not what the term I've heard is turnkey. A turnkey would be like, okay, this is going to be a Walmart fulfillment center, lock, stock, and barrel, and they're there, right? As opposed to this will be a warehouse where potentially Walmart could go in or potentially Target could. So, and under siting and design, item 2, that item is extremely important because I do not want any off-street parking with any of these trucks. We see it on the Potrero Bridge daily. If they can't fit them on their site, then they need to redesign the site, or queuing is another. When I was at the county, we had warehouses that were queuing up on the public right-of-way. That was one of the constant complaints that we got. I've talked about this before and brought it up under same section, item 7. We referenced 36-inch box trees, using the Gateway project as an example. They were supposed to upgrade to 24-inch box, but the twig that they still put in there was probably from a 12-inch box. So the box really doesn't make the tree makes the tree, right? The diameter of the trunk. And I brought this up before, and I don't know if we can even ask for this, but when you're in some areas, some of the warehouses are hidden from view. I see that we've got landscaping, which I really like, but I'd also like them lower than the grade so that they're not an eyesore. I definitely do not want anything like we have up on the hill. And I like the fact that we mentioned the palette, the paint palette. I think that's one thing that the Gateway, I think, did well, nice. Is the paint. Yeah. I think irregardless of the logo and the color scheme of the logo, paint palette is going to be priority. Again, my opinion. So I do like the natural palette so that it blends with the surrounding landscape. Also, one of the things I've seen on some of the, like out at by Kohl's and things like that, is under same section, under siting and design, item 13, I think it needs to include electrical equipment. I'd like to see transformers like with, block walls around them that they're screened. I don't like seeing the tall electrical switchgear that you can see. And then under operation, I ran into this with the project I'm working on right now. The green code requires that 20% of your parking has to be roughed in, so that's just a FYI. That's all I have, but I do like the recommendations in red, and I like the direction that it's going.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Wow. Intentionally, it was just a small port, but it looks like it might be a whole can of worms. Anyway, a couple of comments. So I don't agree with studies, and this is why. The studies will limit you on what you can charge for. It has to be specifically spelled out within that study. So, and that's why we didn't do the nexus with the air quality, because you'd have to connect everything to air quality. So when you do a study, you're going to have to come up with something you're doing it for, and then relate your fee to that. And it doesn't work. That's why we pulled it out. So studies to me don't work because it limits you and it puts you into just very specific categories. And that's not what we're trying to do with this. We're trying to do an open community benefit program. That's why each one has to be dealt with individually, because every project is unique. Some are bigger than others, some bring more of one thing than others. So you have to negotiate with each developer, in my opinion, based on what we believe the impact's going to be. And these impacts can be enormous. I mean, the pressures it puts on the city. That's why we went with whole city, rather than just the area that might influence, because it will influence everybody. So we went with the total approach to look at the whole city effect rather than just that area. We went with take out the study so that we can have a more range of what we need to and what we need. And the fact of dealing with, I forget what I was going to say. The centers coming out here, they're looking for cheap land, or they're looking for cities that don't have any type of, agreements and stuff. So what we have to remember is the DA drives what we're getting, our development agreement. So just to comment, is not an either or. You can still have a community benefit that they're contributing to and have something else in the DA saying that they're also going to do this. So that's the tool that we use to drive what wants to come in versus how it's going to affect the residents and the city infrastructure and all that. So, because I know that they do have that things that they're contributing, already, like TUMF and stuff, but those don't look at some of the other things that affect the community, like, and we can go into that another time. So that was the idea of looking to be more broad. And I just wanted to point out that this is not an either or. You can still say, okay, well, this project at 2 million square feet, 3 million square feet, 100 million square feet, if you do $1, whatever, this is what that would be to help put this and whatever it is we're looking for. But I just want to make sure that we're still keeping that ability to negotiate per project, because it's not a one-size-fits-all. Every project does have a little input in a different way. So I want to make sure we retain that. I want to make sure that we understand that we can have a program and have whatever it is that's negotiated within that to help the city as well. And again, we're not a anti-anything city. We're open, for commerce and industry and so forth. We just want to make sure that when things are coming in, if they're this enormous size, or even if it's not, what is it that they need to contribute to help the best for the residents? And I do like Mayor Pro Tem's comment about a difference between what's here in city and what's annexed into city. That is a little different, of course. But that can be a DA, and that can be, okay, well, you have to annex, so this is going to be more here because we have to do more to incorporate that than maybe something that's here already. So, and we talked about this in Plus, about how that would affect and so forth, but I think being a little bit more broad is better. Being more per project is better. Negotiating is better, and just keeping in mind that, we want people here, but we also want to make sure that the city's getting the best they can, and if they have to move away, then they move away, because I want to make sure that we're getting quality and that we're not going to have something empty in 15 years that, you got peanuts for, and here you've got this empty thing, and what's that going to do? So I just want to make sure we're making good decisions and keeping all of our tools in our toolbox that we need. And that's my comments.
I think, and then I've got one extra question. I think we might be finished, it looks like. By keeping this open, this language in there, if a particular developer wants to come in and has multiple types of development in terms of warehouse, maybe retail, hotel, and so on, leaving this open, does that give us some teeth that we can see that it's developed all the way through? For example, if they, I'm just going to say a warehouse, a store, and a hotel, and they build the warehouse and skip town. That if we have this open in this community benefit, that we have the ability to collect based on the entire project, whether they finish or not. And that might help fill the gap on if they pay their fair share, but it's not enough, that we make sure that we've gotten the fair share out of that developer for that project that we approved.
Sure. Anything like that can be negotiated through the development agreement process. The community benefit portion on a per project basis would allow you the opportunity to request whatever it is council wanted to request and structure that payment or exaction or implementation of a project or whatever it is that's negotiated. It would allow you to establish the time frame and the timeline for that to occur. And then, if something didn't occur, then they would be in violation of the development agreement, and anything that they were asking then would likely be rescinded or removed. As we do the annual development agreement reviews, staff goes through to look at each project and the requirements that are in the development agreement to see, is the party acting in good faith? Are they meeting the benchmarks that were established? And if they are, then great, we continue. If not, it's referred to council for discussion and determination on how to address from there, or how to enforce the measures that are included in the development agreement. So allowing a per project negotiation would allow council the opportunity to discuss and structure each community benefit tailored to, whatever the need may be.
Okay, thank you. So I'm making an assumption here, but correct me if I'm wrong. Do we have a general consensus on the changes that are proposed? Then along with that, some direction to that plus committee on further review? Because I'm viewing this as a living document that's going to grow.
So my question would be two-part then. One would be direction or whatever on the changes that are shown in here. And then the second portion would be, would you like to direct staff to look into Councilmember Lara's list and update the document, or bring back an updated version of the document with that in there?
So, quick thoughts on that?
Thought is yes on the red.
Okay.
Okay.
He answered. I would say yes on the red and bring back for discussion Councilmember Lara's.
Okay. We'll update the red and then do a new red line with incorporated changes on item 2 as shown here, and then new red lines with what Councilmember Lara has requested.
You okay with the motion over there, Mr. Martinez? All right. So do we need a motion for that, or just direction?
I'm clear unless Nicole needs a
Okay.
motion.
Direction is fine.
Okay, direction's fine. Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Okay, on to item J8, mayoral appointments to various boards, commissions, and committees. Do we, first off, before we go into it, do we have any public comment?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, so Nicole, I think I'll take this one. So our deputy city clerk had reached out to each council member and asked for their requests for their committee assignments. And that information was turned back in and shared with me. And so I've gone through it to the best of my ability. And so as I go through this, I've noticed that there's a good number of reassignments. So there's not a whole lot of changes, but there might be a couple that I get to that I may ask for additional comment from each. And so if it's okay with you guys, I would like to then name the agency or committee, name the representative, and name the alternate. And then if I can get an okay from each to make sure, and then we'll just go on to the next. And so does everybody have that list in front of them?
I do look at all right.
Okay.
Do you have a copy of the list that you could put up?
Do you want
Oh, might be in
the,
the agenda.
Yes,
Is it in
indeed.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
in the
it's-
agenda. So do you want to follow, you pull that up?
Go up more.
And then once
Or down.
once we're finished, then Nicole will update that and then email it out to everybody, and so forth. And so the order is just that's how it's printed here. So for Riverside Transit Agency, Representative Laura, alternate Fenn. Okay? Yep. Transportation Now, Representative Fenn, alternate Voigt. Okay? Riverside County Transportation Committee, Representative White, alternative Martinez. Western Riverside County Regional Conservation Authority, Board Member Martinez, alternate Laura.
Yes.
Beaumont Cherry Valley Parks and Recreation District, Liaison Voigt, alternate White. And before I get too far, I gotta get my other notes here. Excuse me a second. Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District, Liaison White, alternate Martinez. Beaumont Unified School District, Liaison Laura, alternate Voigt. Legislative Liaison, Representative Fenn, alternate Laura. Collaborative Agency, Representative Voigt, Alternate Martinez. City Manager, Mayor's Breakfast, that is the mayor. Erica for short, White.
Mayor, does
Yes.
Erica still exist?
I am unsure.
We haven't had a meeting in a year, Chief. Are we still doing Erica?
Well, we'd have to check with Carrie. I haven't personally done Erica in a couple of years.
I think it still technically exists, so we just wanted to cover the bases as far as having a liaison.
Okay, I'm fine with that. I
Okay.
haven't been to a meeting in over
All
a
right,
year.
I appreciate the comment, Mr. White, and then maybe we can look at it as the next go-around. If we get any updates, we can, please share. Southern California Association of Governments, Representative Fenn, alternate Laura. League of California Cities, voting delegate White, alternate Fenn. Memorial Committee, member Laura, alternate Voigt. Finance and Audit Committee, Martinez and Voigt. Economic Development Committee, Voigt and White. Western Riverside Council of Governments, WRCOG, Representative or committee member Laura and alternate White. The Water Reuse Ad Hoc 2x2 Committee, committee member White and committee member Martinez. PASCOM, board member Fenn, alternate Laura. Beaumont Basin Water Master Board, White is the liaison. Memorial Ad Hoc Committee, Councilmember Laura, an alternate Voigt. Youth Council, Martinez, alternate Voigt. And this one I have a question for Martinez, White, and Laura. We had 3 members request for that. I'm okay with stepping aside and let someone else serve in that capacity. And also too, I tried to keep it fairly even on the number of committees. Between being a rep and an alternate, we averaged about 11 apiece. With Voigt and White having the larger numbers in terms of either being the rep or an alternate. But I had the thought of keeping Councilmember Martinez on there and adding Laura, but I know that Mr. White had a request on that. So my question is going to be directed at Mr. Martinez. Do you still want to serve on that committee? Or do you want to pass that on and let Mr. White take your place?
Is Mr. Laura still request to be on that?
Yeah, I had a request from Laura on that as well.
And that's still a request, Mike?
Yeah, if that's possible. If not, I mean, if that's your desire to stay on, I could.
And if I can jump in, my reasoning for keeping Martinez on there, one, he's on there and it's going well. But then 2, Mr. White, and I appreciate his willingness to volunteer, had volunteered for the most as a primary representative. And so I was dividing the workload in my thought process. But I got to this one and I wanted to ask.
Well, may I respond to that?
Yes.
Okay. I put myself on all of those to give you as much flexibility.
Okay.
And if I knew that I should prioritize them or that I needed to be a little bit more selective.
Which I did the best I could, knowing your commitment level, your assignments with those, and your
Right.
knowledge and the benefit to the council. I tried to keep that in mind as well.
Understood. But what I'm saying is if I had known that my offering my services as much as possible to all the other ones, that it may impact on one that's a little more important to me than others.
Okay.
So
And
I'm
some of
just-
that and that extra volunteering has helped fill some holes where we didn't have a volunteer for. So
Understood.
So that
Okay.
was a benefit.
It is, but
And again, I brought it up because as you were mayor and you formed this committee, you had asked Mr. Martinez and I to be on there for some longevity potentially for that.
Understood.
And it's been a good experience for me as well, but I see the talent that we have here, and I'd like to see you three on there if we could do three, but we can't, so we have to do two. So
Understood.
I don't know if we're gonna arm wrestle over this one or what, but
You can have White and Martinez on there, that's fine. I'm good with
you okay?
I
Sure.
appreciate that.
Okay.
All right, because yeah, I didn't want to deny somebody the opportunity, but we've learned this has been a very important subcommittee, very impactful for the city, and your knowledge is going to be helpful.
And
so.
I think Mr. Martinez just made a good point that there would be a good balance there.
Exactly, and so, yeah, we've got, I didn't plan it this way, but we've got two ends of the spectrum in some cases, so.
And we'll always get Mike's comments, right?
Well, you got him tonight.
Yeah, you got that right. So.
All right, so I appreciate the feedback.
Thank you, Mike.
And so then we will have, for our Policy and Land Use Plus Committee, we will have Martinez and White. All right, thank you, Mr. Laura.
Yes, sir.
All right, Cherry Festival, Liaison White, Alternate Voigt. The San Gregorio Pass Regional Water Alliance, Liaison Fenn. San Gregorio Pass Water Agency, Liaison White. Beaumont Library District, Liaison Martinez. Alternate Voigt. And our new Parks and Recreation Committee, Councilmember White and alternate Lara. And then this one I'm questioning. It's the San Gregorio Integrated Regional Water Management Region Stakeholder Advisory Committee. So coming from the water industry, they needed to form GSAs to do a groundwater sustainability plan. I believe those plans are completed and have been submitted to the state. So similar to Erica, if there may not be any meetings that are going on anymore, we may not be called upon. I did pull up their website. Some of their data was 2017, 2018, and there is no meeting scheduled, but there have been updates in 2022 and so forth. So I'll put my name down for that in case that it shows up. But I don't think that's something that, as a city, that we're a part of. The city of Banning is listed on there, but Banning covers their utilities, which includes water. The city of Beaumont, we're going to have recycled water, but I don't think that we're involved in any management of any groundwater basins, and so it may not apply to us. So for now, we'll put my name on there, and if we get an invite or something like that, we'll show up and see if we need to continue to attend. And then our new HR subcommittee, Councilmember Voigt, and myself, Mayor Fenn. So everybody okay with those assignments? Any questions? Anything that was missed?
What was that last one?
The last one was our HR subcommittee, and that is Voigt and Fenn.
And how about, okay.
Mayor, I have an update on Erica.
Okay.
Carrie said that the dissolution is going to occur, the JPA dissolution is going to occur on March 31st.
So does that require board members to show up to vote to dissolve that?
I believe Councilmember White on there, at least
Until
until
that
it's
happens.
completely dissolved.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then for our clerks, did we get everything?
Yes, sir.
All right, very good, thank you. All right, so that moves us on to item J9, utility undergrounding discussion, and we'll have a staff report by Mr. Robert Vestal.
Thank you, Mayor. Council. You get the item on the screen? Perfect. All right. The following infographic on the screen illustrates the types of power lines within the city. Item 2 in the figure illustrates transmission lines. I apologize for it being a rather small image. So transmission lines carry approximately 220 kilovolts all the way up to 500 kilovolts. And a good example of this is the massive steel tower frames that run through Solera, Sundance, and bifurcate the city. Item 4 illustrates sub-transmission lines, and they operate approximately 200 kilovolts to 66 kilovolts. And a good example of those are the power lines that are near the substation on Veely and 4th. And then item 6 illustrates the distribution lines that operate at approximately 66 kilovolts all the way down to 4 kilovolts. In Beaumont, the typical kilovolt range the typical kilovolts range from 4 kV to 33 kV. Distribution lines are the focus of tonight's discussion and represents the majority of power lines within the city. In the city's current municipal code, there are 2 sections that discuss undergrounding utility lines. That's Chapter 12.16, currently titled Utility Undergrounding, and Chapter 17.04.100, titled Utilities. Chapter 12.16 allows the city to create underground utility districts and cause the undergrounding of utilities as a city-led project. Chapter 12.16 is not applicable to land developments outside of those districts. Currently, there are 4 districts which cover a portion of 8th Street, 6th Street, adjacent to Highland Springs in that general area, and a portion of Brookside Avenue and Beaumont in that general area. This chapter provides an exemption to underground utilities, specifically for the city, that exceed 34.5 kilovolts. Chapter 17.04.100, which is in the zoning section, establishes the undergrounding requirements for land development projects. The language in this chapter allows for interpretation on whether or not it applies to existing poles and services. Staff is routinely engaged in conflicts with land development projects, obviously exercising language in their benefit. Furthermore, this chapter allows an exemption to underground utilities in excess of 16 kilovolts, so a very low threshold. Subsequently, there is a need to clarify that language, specifically in the chapter 17.04.100, with a more robust chapter dedicated to land development projects. Additionally, staff is aware of council's desire to potentially increase the kilovolt exemption. Consequently, staff has proposed an amendment to the Beaumont Municipal Code. And I do apologize, it is my fault. I did not provide a red markup for the original language. In this case, it's very minimal, but regardless, I do apologize for that. Nicole provided. I was just kidding. Well, I appreciate that, Nicole. Thank you. So staff has proposed the amendment to the Beaumont Municipal Code, which adds Chapter 12.18, a new chapter, titled Utility Undergrounding Requirements, that addresses staff concerns and, with council's direction, will establish a higher voltage exemption, establish a maximum parcel width in lieu fees, and establish a waiver process to pay in lieu fees for a project that otherwise does not qualify for an exemption. So briefly, I'm just going to touch on those 3 items that I listed. Regarding the higher voltage threshold, city has conducted a survey of 28 surrounding cities. That table is provided in your staff report. Specifically focusing on KV exemption, 12 cities use approximately 34.5 kilovolts. Only Beaumont and Rialto have a lower KV exemption. The remaining cities do not list their kilovolt threshold. With that, staff is recommending a 34.5 kilovolt as it encompasses nearly all distribution lines found in Beaumont, and it is consistent with surrounding cities. The recommendation for maximum parcel width for in lieu fees and the waiver process would be new to Beaumont, so I just wanted to point those out in the staff report and clearly identify them. Staff is recommending a parcel width of 300, a maximum parcel width of 300, which is consistent with surrounding cities, similar to the KV threshold. The intent with the maximum parcel width is not to overburden smaller developments that have to underground power poles. Including small developments and single-family residential dwellings. And lastly, staff is recommending a waiver process for the developments that otherwise are not exempt. The intent here is to allow some flexibility for projects that have substantial impacts to their site, like topography that undergrounding the poles is not physically possible or physically restrictive. And I'm sure that there's a whole host of other exemptions or other conditions that would make it difficult to underground power poles. So the intent is just to provide a means. So with that, that does conclude my presentation. The staff report has substantially more information on it, and the actual amendment delves quite deeply into those items.
All right, thank you. Do we have any public comment?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
All right, discussion or questions from council?
Mayor, I move to approve the recommended action.
I'll second.
You all right?
Yeah,
Mayor
no,
Pro
I
Tem?
agree. I just want to say thank you very much for getting this on the agenda so quickly. I appreciate staff's effort in that. That's all I have.
Okay, then we have a roll call.
Councilmember Martinez.
Okay.
We ready?
No, thanks for double checking. Okay, go ahead.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember White.
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura.
Yes.
Mayor Finn.
Yes. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Robert. I have 1031 in the pool, just so people recognize.
He was like reaching. Wait, what are we doing?
All right, item J10, approval of city attorney invoices for the month of November 2023.
And I'll recuse myself since it involves my law firm.
Okay. All right, do we have any public comments?
I have no written requests. Rudy, do we have any callers on the line?
I have no callers on the line.
Okay, then council, questions or a motion?
I move to approve the invoices in the amount of $122,806.51.
I'll second that.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember White.
Yes.
Councilmember Voigt.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Laura.
Yes.
Mayor Finn.
Yes. Item K, legislative updates and discussion. Christina Taylor.
Thank you, Mayor. No legislative update to speak of, just be watching out in your email for further communications from City Manager's office on various upcoming items and issues.
All right, thank you. And then on to economic development.
Yes, so we had an Economic Development Committee meeting last week, and at that meeting, the committee received a presentation from GHD on the Downtown Revitalization Plan. It was a very robust presentation with a lot of good information. That information is available to council if anybody would like to have that, to share that information with businesses or community members. We also had a presentation on marketing options for the downtown incentive programs, and Economic Development Committee directed staff to bring that item to council, so we will get that scheduled on a future agenda. That concludes my report.
All right, thank you. City treasurer's report. Oh, we don't have our treasurer here tonight. Seeing no other staff. Okay, so we'll move on to item N, city clerk report. Okay, and item O, city attorney.
Nothing this evening.
Okay, and item P, city manager report.
Just real quick, City Hall's going to be closed Friday, Monday, and Tuesday, open Wednesday and Thursday, the 27th and 28th, and then closed the following Friday and Monday in observance of the holidays. And you do not have a meeting January 2nd, so your next meeting is January 16th. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. Item Q, we have a future agenda items listed here. Do we have anything to add to that? Okay, seeing none, on to council reports. Mr. Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Very short. Met with the Plus Committee to discuss the community benefit program. Youth Council, again, I reported earlier that there was no quorum, so we just heard a brief presentation, and RCT workshop went really well. And I was supposed to go to the chamber luncheon today, and I had to apologize and let Jessica Ireland know that I couldn't make that. But other than that, that's all. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Ms. Foyt.
Thank you, Mayor. On the Saturday, the 9th, I had the pleasure of attending the Blizzard Bash. Thank you to all the teams and everything that they did there. I did try the ice skating. It was not pretty, but I was out there. My daughter had a blast and had a great time at the light parade. So thank you to all the efforts and the teams that put that together. I appreciate all of that. It was a great time. I also attended the Cal Cities meeting on Monday, the 11th. And I wanted to highlight the RCTC traffic as well. That was a great presentation.
All right, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
Sorry. I attended RTA meeting last week, the 14th, and it was an awards presentation. And this other meeting I had to attend, I just wanted to say it's just been an honor and a pleasure to serve with you all here. It's a blessing for me, and I appreciate your patience and understanding, and wish you all a Merry Christmas, staff. You guys have been great this year, and thank you for your efforts and your understanding and patience with us. That's all I have, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Ms. Wright.
You're not going anywhere, are you?
No.
That sounds like a retirement speech.
They were all thinking it too, so. So at the RCTC meeting last week, I was elected to chair, and I didn't do that for that reason. I wanted to thank Christina for showing up. That was important. We did get approved for $10 million for the buses and $5 million for Pennsylvania grade set. Also on the 9th, the four of us showed up for Shop with a Cop. And I think that was really a good message we're sending to the community, especially when our counterparts had a no-show, and even though it was in their city. And I think it sends a good message to our police department that we do support them, but what they do in this event is it's amazing, and I really think it's something that we continue to get behind and support. And I want to thank Commander Fagan for his nice letter that he wrote to us. It was very appreciated, and that's all I have.
All right, thank you. I'm learning what it takes to be mayor. I had a busy week, busy 2 weeks. So I'm just going to go through this really quick. So on the 8th, I attended the Morongo Fire Station groundbreaking, so it was nice. And anytime we can help support them for public safety, I think is great. So I appreciate that. And then right after that was the 7-Eleven ribbon cutting. On the 9th, Shop with a Cop, the Blizzard Bash, and the parade. On the 11th was Cal Cities in Eastvale. On the 13th, and I appreciate City Manager Elizabeth Gibbs on this and additional staff members that came, but she gave a presentation to Four Seasons. And it was, anytime we do that, it's kind of like a mini state of the city and so forth. She was very detailed, handled some tough questions, and was brutally honest, and I appreciate that. And so there are some questions she didn't have the answer for, or things out of our control. But the ones that we did, that are in our control, she answered properly and was on top of things. And I think it was a good representation to those residents that we are doing the best that we can and things are going well at the city. And I think that they saw that, so I appreciate that. I attended the Plus Committee that same day as well, and then stuck around for the Parks and Rec holiday luncheon. I think they had awards, and so I want to do a shout out for a few of our employees. They had I'm going to say this correctly, the Bomb Awards, and Cesar Nunez received that. Junior, as they call him, that's Santiago Rodriguez Jr. and Josh Stott. And then also from Parks and Rec, also awarded the Golden Turkey, and that was Heather Harwood and Eileen Rodriguez for their efforts with senior dinners for Thanksgiving. So we have a wonderful department there. It was a nice event, and it was a pleasure to be a guest at that. And then I also attended San Gorgonio Pass Water Agency's meeting last night. They did a year in review. They had a good year there where they had 100% water allocation, which was nice. It was a first ever since 1961. We don't know if we'll get that again, but they're doing everything they can to get as much water in as possible. And as what was highlighted as well is they closed escrow on some adjacent land that they plan to make additional recharge ponds. So it may give us an opportunity there to work with them. And then they also had a presentation on their property tax forecasts and the growth in the area and so forth. And the general consensus was, there was obviously an improvement from year over year, but they're looking at a year behind on those revenues because the assessed values that come out with the property taxes are from July and so forth for the next calendar year. But it looks like things will hold steady in terms of values, and so the soft landing with the economy and that sort of thing has not really affected housing values. The tight inventory has kept property values up, which keeps the property tax revenue up. And then last shout out to our veterans. We have our community job fair and Veterans Expo coming up on Saturday, January 20th from 10 to 1. And that's at the Chatney Community Center on Oak Valley Parkway. And so on behalf of the council, Merry Christmas to everybody, Happy Holidays, and Happy New Year. And we finally get to adjourn the meeting at 10:50.
Well, one last thought.
Go ahead.
So the 20th, what is that?
That is Saturday, the January 20th.
No, but what is the event?
It's our Community Job Fair and Veterans Expo.
Okay, and I'm not sure where it is on the calendar, but Anita Worthen is going to be the Citizen of the Year.
I can tell you what.
January 19th.
Friday,
That's a
January
luncheon?
19th, and that's a luncheon. Yeah, thanks for bringing that
So
up.
I didn't know if we would have a meeting before then, but I wanted to get it on the calendar, so.
Very good. I appreciate you sharing that with us.
We will be sponsoring that installation dinner as well, or luncheon.
Okay.
Very nice. Thanks for bringing that up. Okay, so at still 10:59, meeting adjourned. Before 11.